Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another month, another edition here of the Fire Grow Cup. The Fire Grow Cup number 10, your monthly dose of CIS action. Here we go. We are jumping in. Of course, this is day 2. We were live yesterday with the group stage, and now we're here with the playoffs. Also, this is our second broadcast today. We were just live an hour ago with Sparkling Tuna Cup. Now we're here once again with the Fire Grow Cup. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Again, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is intense. We went over the group stage to filter out the players to get our top 8 players facing off here and now in this double elimination bracket. And now we're jumping into our first series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak. We have our yellow Zerg player. We have a yellow Zerg. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing 3D Clan. It is MilkiCow. We go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVZ. Whew, let's go. As it looks like we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. As we did have a bit of a delayed start to the broadcast, but it looks like there is hopefully we can fix any issues, whether they're technical issues or not. Okay, we're good. Good to go.
Game resumed.
We are settling back in. We'll be going with the bracket after this, after the initial series, of course, to catch up on the other matches, on what else is going on, and on future events. Oh my god, as we're going for CC first? With the CC a part of the wall? Wait, what? What is, wait, hold on, okay. Sorry, I was just checking to make sure if I'm awake. Look, it's been a long day, okay? It's been a long day. We just finished one cast and then bam, straight into another cast as well. So I'm a little bit out of it, but Jesus. Let's go, baby. Let's go. As this is going to be CC first, followed by the Rex, but the CC is a part of the wall. Interesting setup here. I mean, because of this, it does mean that we do get to wall off really fast and really quickly. It also means that we should be able to save the SCV, as we can obviously RNG it over to the other side as well. It's a really, again, peculiar setup, just because it's going to be delayed CC, because we still have to lift it and land it as well. Like, it's... Okay, let's go. Let's settle in. Likewise, across the map, we do have our standard opener hatch gas pull into link speed. We do pull 1 out of gas as well. We leave 2 in though, so that means a little bit of excess gas here for Wayne. This can lead into an earlier lair or even into an earlier Bailey nest. So curious. As we are staying 2 in gas. Lings, they do fan out. SCV does confirm the Lings. Back at home, the Reaper is upon us. And yeah, we're settling in. There we go. We have a wall. Like the benefit of the CC being a part of the wall was to wall off really quickly, in case there was a pull first. So just a really interesting and peculiar setup there out of MilkiCow. One that I haven't seen before, I'll be honest. But I'm ready for it. As both Zerglings are shut down. The third base is going to be delayed for Wayne. Ooh, and we see why we stay in gas lair. So remember, we were pointing out the fast gas income, or the fact that 2 workers stayed in gas, which was unorthodox. It was not normal. It was abnormal. So now we see why. We're going into a 3-minute lair timing. Actually, that was like 250, 245. Extra gases being taken. Now, with 2 gases being taken now, with the excess gas, ooh, and more 2-base Muta. This should be 2-base Spire out of Wayne. Otherwise, there is a peculiar build where you can go 2-base Swarm Host, but I don't think Wayne is that kind of player. Show us the Spire or the Infestation, but there it is. Spire is on the way. Here we go. So we do have the early Spire here. So again, 2-base Muta out of Wayne. Now, MilkiCow didn't even scout the main base, so very limited information. MilkiCow, what he does know is that there's no third. There's no third base. He's aware. He's rechecking once again, checking with a third location. The fact that there's no third, this does scream 2-base, at least 2-base play, 2-base lair into 2-base Roach, or 2-base Muta. Regardless, MilkiCow should be aware that something is wrong and should be willing to even sacrifice the Reaper to confirm in the main. As he will delay the third even longer, which is nice, but again, we need to figure out what's going on. back at home, back behind this, we do have the third TC here. We do have our 3-1-1 setup, I should say. Third TC is now done. So economic setup here from MilkiCow. A bit of a messy setup. The other downside of going into your low ground in such a way is that if we were going for a roach all in, then the low ground natural would be punished so hard, because this is where all the production is. Like all the raxes, all the factories, the stuff, the add-ons, I should say, the stim, +1 as well. It's all here at the natural. Big on the mutas. 6 mutas here from Wayne. Alright, also before I get ahead of myself, a shout out to MJG in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid at the start of the stream. Did not want to gloss over it, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to the Fire Grow Cup. Here we go. Again, 7 mutas of production. Mutas are moving out. And alas, I believe I believe MilkiCow, he saw the spire. Yeah, he did. Okay. Did see the spire. Did dive in with the Reaper. So thankfully he is aware. Behind this, turrets have begun. We have turrets finishing up as we speak, just in time. So thankfully, he was able to scout. Mutas, oh, they do threaten the natural. You know, MilkiCow getting supply blocked at 69. Nice. It's gonna be blocked. Mutas, they, oh my god, what's done? Oh my god, shot goes off, takes out one muta. Nice defense so far here by MilkiCow. Zoning back Wayne. Behind this, Wayne is just droning up as much as possible. Bearing in mind that he will have late upgrades for his ground army. So he's going Ling Muta. This will be late +1. Late Banelings. Mutas, they rotate over. And they will delay the third. The army gets forced out. Viking will zone. Does take down the Overseer. That does make the Widowmine so much more deadly. As Wayne is getting ready for his Zergling run by. Oh, the bite shot! Oh! Oof. Shot goes off. Another muta goes down. So far, I believe 2 mutas. Yeah, 2 mutas have fallen. When Wayne, he wants to break this location. With all of his Zerglings, he can. There we go, Zerglings, they do come in for a dive. They collapse on the army, all the Marines should fall. There are Marines on the high ground. Oh. Likewise diving on the tank. The wide shots! Oh my god, Widowmines didn't quite go off. Does focus on the Marines, and with that, looks like Wayne, he, oh my god, that has to be so careful. Those Widowmines are deadly, they're crazy. There's one Widowmine left, does go off, and now he can commit, now he can fight. Boys are being pulled. Combat shields is going to be denied, just barely. Oh my god. Barely doesn't complete. There is still stim. Here's a bust into the main. Once again, camera the production, going for the add-ons. Does get the reactor. Oof. Yeah, and they catch all the Marines. My army does go down. Lings, they bust into the main base. Once again, heading towards that third. The Widowmine has arrived. Attempts to repair, but Wayne, he has done it. At this point, he has done it. He has broken MilkiCow. Just catching reinforcements time and time again. He cannot build up. The third base is going to be forfeit. Catching up more Marines. Going for the starport itself. Where are we headed? Not too many SCVs have actually gone down, by the way. But takes down all the Marines. Yeah, regardless, I'll take down all the Marines. GG gets called, and Wayne will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Yeah, Wayne able to whip out the 2-base muta. Initially didn't really do much damage. We had a really strong defense here by MilkiCow, but Wayne was able to make off of that, was able to build up a muta count, was able to catch out Marines, and then break and collapse on the third. Unfortunately for MilkiCow, he did have a large army, but he will split. He will split between the bases. He had Marines at the third, Marines at the main base, Marines at the natural. He was spread out, and Wayne, he could deal with a portion. He could, and he did, deal with a portion of the army at a time. Instead of dealing with everything at once, was able to strike those individual bases, overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Still very tense, and if the mines were any better, then we could have seen the defense there by MilkiCow. But in the end, Wayne will take a lead in the series, and we are now getting into game number 2. As morning in the top left-hand corner, we have our yellow Zerg player. We have a yellow Zerg who will lead in the series 1-0, and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, with the blue Terran representing 3D Clan. Down in the series, we'll see if we can recover. It is MilkiCow. And this time we're setting up, once again on the low ground. This time it's not CC first, this time it's going to be a Rax first opener. At the same time, pool first out of Wayne. Okay, so we do have some varying openers this time. With the pool first, we'll have earlier Zerglings. Ideally, Wayne, he would want to bypass the first Reaper and get across the map and delay the CC. Once again, the CC will be a part of the wall, it looks. No, sorry, 2Rax, okay. 2Rax opener. So 2Rax Reaper. I'd assume that it was just going to be Rax into expand, but no. 2Rax opener here out of our Terran player. We could even go to 3 Raxes, true. We could double down and commit a little bit harder. We'll see if extra Raxes are thrown down. So it was pool, hatch, gas out of our Zerg. And there it is. There's that 3rd Rax. So 3Rax Mass Reaper here out of MilkiCow. As a reminder, this is not all in. This is not all in. This is a very aggressive build. That is true, but we should be expanding behind this. Now, the purpose, the goal here would be to delay the 3rd. Would be to contain the Zerg player for as long as possible, and ideally trade with the Zerglings. Shave off Ling, shave off drones as well. Potentially get a queen. We'll see how Wayne reacts. As Wayne, based on the overlord positioning, he actually doesn't scout. He does not check the natural. The overlord is here on the right hand side. Doesn't see what's going on. The Reaper does move out, and the Reaper will find some Zerglings already. And he notices. He does notice. He does turn around. And now Wayne, he'll realize what's been happening. And again, with all these Reapers, the Wayne, he gets nothing. He gets nothing here. He checks for a CC. There is no command center. Now he realizes what's been going on. This is a rough beginning here for Wayne. He will get 1 SCV. He gets 1. That's all he gets. 1 SCV. And back at home, he needs to prepare. Link speed is on the way. Queens are building up. Yep, getting a spore. Sorry, spine. Gets 1 spine crawl in the main. Now, he doesn't want to make too many spines. He ideally wants to preserve and get away with the bare minimum to defend. Queens are massing up together. Reapers, they pick in. Queens are holding the road for the time being. Link speed is halfway done. The first queen is getting low. He wants a queen! Ooh, and he will get it. Ay. First queen goes down, but ooh, we'll lose 2 Reapers in the process. MilkiCow here extends. Does it extend? With that, does get turned away. Does get a turn. And is getting some damage at least. Oh god. Oh no, but he gets trapped. Yeah, nice link movement here by Wayne, and he takes down another 3 Reapers. Ay. This has not been worth it. It's not been worth it for MilkiCow. He's now trying to expand. He's now trying to transition out of this. We do have a 3rd CC on the way. I mean, again, he has to try to recover here. He's being greedy. It should be okay. Like, sure, there are a lot of Zerglings, but I believe he should be able to maintain his natural. And we'll see where Wayne takes us from here. No extra gas income. Oh, they almost get surrounded. But I say almost. They get shut down. 2 more Reaper kills. 3 more Reaper kills. Oh god. Ideally want to bank up this Reaper count and then make it back home, and ideally make use of them in the mid game. But not quite. Pulling back. How many Reapers have we lost? 7. 7 Reapers have gone down so far. We're going Mass Reaper, by the way. Like, we've got 3. We're gonna get to a 6 rack setup. 6 Raxes. Mass Reaper. Where's the eBay for +1? There it is. I was half joking when I said that. Yeah, there's the eBay for +1. So, MilkiCow at this point, he's committed to just Mass Reaper. Just Mass Reaper at this point. which can work. And he gets a queen. Does catch a queen, barely, does not get the snipe. But yes, we have more Raxes, more Reapers. We heard you like Reapers. So we got reactors for your Reapers. Well, not quite, but just got more Raxes for your Reapers. There you go. The problem here being, as we do catch a reinforcing Reaper, is, as we almost get another, is just that MilkiCow, he bled out so many Reapers already, so he doesn't really have the momentum that he otherwise needed. Losing another Reaper. Another Reaper goes down. We have 22 Lings on the way. Again, this Reaper count is, it's not as high as it needs to be. Now switching, Tech Labs are on the way. 2 more to cheat. What is happening? Yo, MilkiCow, he's just pressing buttons, man. He's just he's going 6 racks mass Reaper into double expand into a 4th and 5th CC. Then into Buyer. Off of 6 racks. He's crazy. Oh god. Okay. Meanwhile, Wayne is not joining, by the way. Wayne is not joining. He's in 4th base just for Larva. He's massing Lings, and I believe he's going for a bust. I believe he's going for a Bane bust here, and now would be the time. Coming in from the attempted surrounds, the Reapers, they should be able to escape back home, back into the main. Some of them do get caught out, though. Ooh. And they do take down the SCVs. Likewise, they catch at the bio. Yeah, the Marines get surrounded. Likewise, diving on said Reapers as well. Catching out, so not quite catching them out though. Not quite. Again, I accepted the main bus, but no Banelings were morphed in. There is an S though. There is an S back at home. Has the option for it. Once again, rotating over. Nice SimCity here from MilkiCow. Oh, the wall is open. Never mind. Never mind. Despite that, yeah, he does hold his own. Even without Sim. Wayne here overextends. That was a big loss, actually. That was a big loss for Wayne. So many Zerglings just got thrown away. And suddenly, I favor MilkiCow. MilkiCow suddenly is ahead. He has a booming economy. I assume that more damage would be done, but the answer is no, and Wayne is falling behind. Wayne, he doesn't have any workers to work with. Down to 55 drones. Remember MilkiCow, he's double expanding. He's getting away with it. This is working. It's working. Ah. And now Wayne is in a rough position. Now his upgrades are a little bit lackluster. Lays +1 carapace. Trying to work towards Ling Bane. But MilkiCow, he's in this game. I say that Lings, they will eventually, surround the army. They'll look down all the Reapers, but at this point they pay for themselves. Like, the Reapers, they've done their job. It's not about the Reapers, it's about the bio army now. And I'll be honest, Wayne, he cannot fight head on. Like, it's not gonna happen. Milky has a massive army. He got away with his greed. He got away with it. As Wayne is trying to collapse in. Nice control out of MilkiCow, he pulls away. We'll lose the Widowmine. Comes the Umpire. Comes the Umpire. Oh! Might show him the Queen. Wayne trying to collapse in, not quite able to. And with that MilkiCow, he does kite back. I mean, he's still trading quite efficiently here against the army, and you can see Wayne just pulling in supply. MilkiCow, he's rallying. He's just rallying over. He's a little bit oversimmed, but he's here to deny the expansion. Deny the fourth. No Banelings are ready for this, and without Banelings, there's no defense. It's 10 Banelings finishing up. Losing another queen. Wayne going for a counterattack. Trying to force back some of the army. And he will catch some reinforcements. Not bad. Does catch some, but it may not matter. Oh god. Force to pick up. Okay. Ling as they get into the mineral line. Not bad. SCVs are going down. Getting 10 SCV kills. Damage is being done. Forces back the main army. Let's force him back. Let's drop into the main. And the army is overstimmed. The Medivacs are out of energy. I mean, Wayne, he's holding on, but it's such an uphill battle here. It is quite brutal. 2-2 is almost complete for MilkiCow. Going for the center expansion. Again, MilkiCow, he has momentum. He has map control. And as long as he doesn't mess up, as long as he doesn't have a big misstep when it comes to his control, should be fine. Should be fine to push forward. Still pushing into a lot of Banelings. MilkiCow is almost maxed out. Oh my god. It does take a lot of Banelings to the face though. Yeah, the best fight that Wayne could have hoped for. Lings, they do hit the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Again, Wayne, he cannot fight this head on, so he has to counterattack. And hey, he got damage done. It's 10 SCVs. But he will lose the base. Ooh, never mind, barely saves it, okay. Wayne, he's holding on. He's surviving. Trying to at least. MilkiCow looking to just pull Wayne apart. Pushing on the right, dropping into the main. At the same time, yeah, GG gets called. Wayne, he just has nothing left, and MilkiCow, he will take a game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. Whew, we are going to the ace match, and again, just a really quirky game there out of MilkiCow, opening up 3x Mass Reaper, and he got shut down. The Mass Reaper did not do well at all, but he was able to transition out of it into a 6-rack setup, 6-rack Mass Marine, into double expand into 4th and 5th CC. It was a crazy follow-up, but he got away with it. Did go away with it in the end. GG. And with that, we are jumping into our next game. Jumping into game number 3, jumping into the ace match. Let's go. Spawning in the top right hand corner, we have our Zerg player, we have our yellow Zerg, who are being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. We'll see if he can bring it home. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing 3D Clan, tying up the series 1-1. It is MilkiCow. And again, a really unorthodox style out of MilkiCow in that last game, but he was able to piece it all together, able to bring it all together and make it work. Wayne, he did overcommit into his all-in. As a reminder, Wayne, he cut workers very early on to commit into a Ling Flood, and I assumed it was a Bane bust, but no Banelings. No Banelings were moved in, he just went for a Ling Flood instead, and he was able to deny mining at the third, but it was only like, what, 6 to 8 SCV kills. He wasn't able to surround the Reapers early enough, he wasn't able to surround the Marines early enough either, and he took some really rough trades until the point where, again, MilkiCow was able to defend, able to hold his own, and snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, we found ourselves in the ace match. Let's see how this story ends. Just stretching. Oh, and this might be the most standard opener we've seen from MilkiCow today. I mean, it is. this time, there's no crazy 2 or 3 racks opener. There's no CC first on the low ground next to the racks. Like, none of that. So here, just racks expand, standard opener out of MilkiCow. I say standard opener. He does go Marine first, so that's the one deviation. Marine first will zone away the Overlord. But outside of that, that also means limited scouting information. He has the SCV across the map, but no Reaper, so there's no dive into the main. If Wayne were going for, if he were going for earlier gases or more intense gas income. Speaking of, he does not pull out a gas, by the way. Okay, he may go for roaches, and which may go unscouted. So do we go for roaches or do we go for fast lair? What's it going to be? For now, the SCV is going to be zoned away. Queens are in production. We have a lot of gas to work with. This could be for roaches. This could be for fast lair into 2 base muta again. It's going to be for one. Which one exactly? We'll find out. As Wayne is a bit supply blocked. Wayne, he will skip his 3rd base. Waiting for that lair. And there it is, layers on the way, gas is being taken. This does scream 2 base muta. Now, MilkiCow, even though he isn't able to get a scout into the main, he should know that something's wrong. Like, he knows that something is wrong, something's missing, he goes for the dive. There we go, he rushes on past. He's going for the scout into the main. And he will see everything. He will confirm the lair timing. He'll get damage onto the mineral line, getting 1 drone kill so far. And again, this should not have happened. The wall was a little bit late. The queen's not quite in position either. Now MilkiCow knows. Behind this, getting to stim, getting to a 2-on-1. Sorry, I should say 3cc 2-on-1. Sorry, 3cc 3 rack setup. Okay. Rushing into stim, he's going for a lighter commitment in a Hellion, so only 4 Hellions. So again, he's going for the 2-on-1, basically using the factory for add-ons. Does make the reactor and is swapping out for Marine production instead. So less Hellions. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be 2 base muta. No, 2 base roach, because we are actually investing into those upgrades. Okay. I like this choice just because we already saw 2 base muta in game 1, so make it look like 2 base muta and really do something different. It's a good way to play with the series. And to mind game your opponents as we're building up those roaches, and we are not expanding. I mean, we may just for larva, but it is going to be the Nidus all in. Okay, so Ling, Roach, Nidus all in out of Wayne. I believe this is designed to shut down and hard counter someone that's trying to go into mech, for example. But Stim will be done in time for this. This is going to be a clutch hold. The Overseer is going to be found. Massive pickoff here from the Viking. Aliens, they confirm roach production. Wayne is moving in. Ooh, that's the Night Storm is a little bit further away. Here we go, the Nidus has arrived. So far, roaches are busy heating up for the drop play. Backup Nidus is denied. Queens are moving in. But again, the Nidus is just so far away. I don't know if we can break the base. Down goes the Nidus. So far, Wayne keeping up the drops. And it's keeping up. Boys are being pulled. Wayne, can he break this? I'm not so sure he can. Yeah, bunkers are now done. He's got his bunkers. Nidus does finish in the main. Boys are being pulled, but the roaches are popping out. Backup Nidus on the way. It's still going to be a messy fight, though, and I do favor MilkiCow here. He chases down the roaches. Roaches are chased down. He commits with an Itis. Liberation is ready for this. So many roaches going to be going down. Oh, God. But he is overwhelming. The roaches, they're still enough. He'll lose all the queens. The roaches, they break through the main army. Wayne, has he done? He's hit the production. This is the kill move. This is the kill shot. Camp the production. Factory is denied. Morphing in those Ravagers, help deal with the Liberator. Green's trying to slip in. Ravagers are complete. Show us the biles. Oh. That's Force Field Siege. And Wayne has done it. Wayne, he has done it. He piles out the first of the Liberators. There's one Liberator left. For a Ravager, they just ignore the Liberator, heading into the natural. Initially, it was a rough attack, I should say, from Wayne. It wasn't quite working out. It was so delayed, but GG gets called. Once he gets into the main base, he doesn't get out, and Wayne will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the upper bracket semifinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Wayne. He will claim the series. A very intense back and forth there. Again, it was a delayed all-in, but eventually got up and running in the main base. I wasn't too certain that it would be able to hold its own, but in the end, did pull it off. Did overwhelm. GG. Whew. Well played there by Wayne. Shout out to MilkiCow. He honestly fought very hard, and I can see him claiming this series as well. Unfortunately, it was a later scout here from our Terran player, and as you mentioned, I do really appreciate that we did switch up the 2-base play. Game 1 was 2-base Muta, here in Game 2, 2-base Nidus all in. So it did keep MilkiCow guessing. Did keep him guessing, and that does give us a moment to catch up on the bracket to figure out what's going on and where we are headed. Okay, so from the top we have Strange. We have Strange versus Art. They're currently mid-series, currently facing off in a PvP. Scrolling down, we have Nick Rack versus UED Soldier, also mid-series as well. We then have Wayne versus MilkiCow, and we do have GG Machine versus Shameless, also mid-series. Also mid-series, but last is still facing off. Actually, can I show off the bracket? I believe I can. Bam, there we go. There are the updates. So Strange takes on R2-0. Nick Rack takes down UED Soldier 2-0. So we have Strange versus Nick Rack currently ongoing. They're going to be facing off in the upper portion of the bracket. Meanwhile, we have our series. Again, Wayne did take down MilkiCow 2-1. And we have Shameless versus GG Machine currently mid-series. GG. So the current plan is we're going to be going for a bit of a break. We're going to be having a bit of downtime here. We are waiting for Shameless and GG Machine to wrap up their match. Again, they're still mid-series. Once they are done, we're going to be following the winner into Wayne. That is the plan. Into the upper bracket finals. That'll be the plan for our broadcast night. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have some more StarCraft. Again, we did some downtime. We're just waiting for Shameless and GG Machine to wrap up. See you soon. See you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to oh my god. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fire Cup number 10 playoffs. Oh my god, I'm Coach Life VIP. We just wrapped up with our upper bracket quarterfinals, and now we have returned with our semi-finals. Also, a big shout out to System in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to the playoffs of the Fire Cup. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and I do apologize for the downtime. Again, we were waiting for Shameless versus GG Machine to finish up their game. It was a 20-minute long game. It was an insane back and forth, I'm sure, as they got into the late game. In the end, Shameless did win the series 2-0. That means we have a next series. It's going to be a ZVP between Wayne and Shameless. The winner of this series will advance on to the upper bracket finals, where Strange is waiting for the winner of that match. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the yellow Zerg player, the yellow Zerg player himself. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are jumping into our fresh best of 3. As a reminder, these are best of 3s. Up next after this round, that's when the best of 5s are going to be hitting hard and hitting strong. We will get there. Until then, we're going to be calming things down. Hatch, gas pool, standard opener out of Wayne. Likewise, a gate expand into Cybercore out of Shameless. Of course, welcome one and all to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. You don't get larger than Maganatha. Longer rush distance by ground. Does take longer to get across the map, but as a result, we do see longer and later games. I will say that from my experience covering Wayne and Shameless, Wayne typically thrives in the early to mid game. He's a little more aggressive, a little more cheesy at times. Speaking of, does go for a hatch block across the map, will delay the economy of his opponents. And again, Wayne does thrive in a smaller or shorter game. Meanwhile, Shameless, we've covered him plenty of times in a longer game state. If we can get into the late game, if we can get into maxed out armies, that is where Shameless can thrive instead. So coming into Maganatha, I do favor Wayne's position. I do favor Shameless's position here when it comes to trying to be more defensive and turtle up and build up in towards a longer game. I feel like the pressure is going to be on Wayne to try to end the game earlier, to try to be more aggressive, more assertive, and try to find some damage early on. Go. There's the shoutouts. Beautiful. As we have our initial openers. Of course, Shameless can now expand. Shameless was forced to make a Zealot, so damage was done. The base is delayed. Forced to make it a Zealot as well. So Wayne just forcing some inefficiencies out of Shameless. And we'll see what more he can get done. The initial Zealot is going to be forcing out Zerglings from Wayne. So we'll delay some of the droning. Zealot is moving in, so is the Adept. Behind the Stargate opener out of Shameless. Does open Stargate. Lings, they do get a surround, not bad. Okay, does surround, Zealot barely does not. Oh, actually does get away. Not bad. I say that more Zerglings are going to be slipping in. The Zealot finally does fall. But the Adept should shade away. Should and will. Does shade away. That was 1 Zealot for 6 Zerglings, so not a bad trade from from Shameless. But of course, bearing in mind that Shameless would have to delay his CC or delay his Nexus as a result. So much later expansion. Later setup. Oracle is going to be on the way. And later Oracle, later third base. Everything is just slightly off when it comes to the timing just because of the opener. And Shameless will expand. He does not throw down early tech. Meanwhile, Eva Chamber first out of Wayne. This does feel like plus on melee into Ling Hydra production. This could be to tech further in towards Lurkers, or we could just double down and go for a 3-base all-in. Assuming that this is melee, we'll keep an eye on Wayne. As the Evo Chamber is done, third base is being taken. Second Oracle's in production. The first one has arrived. Yep, there you go. Melee is on the way. Oh. And Wayne, he will deflect. Wayne will deflect. Again, typically when we go into boss on melee this quickly, it typically indicates that we're not going to be going into roach production. It means that we're going to be relying on these Zerglings to support the Hydra-based army. I say Hydra-based army, technically this can lead into mutas, but it's quite risky to do so. Oracles, they got one so far. Just the one droid. Likewise, ooh, okay, would you have a faster forge? A much faster forge here out of Shameless into a delayed Twilight Council. Interesting. With the delayed Twilight Council, are we going to charge? This could be +1 in charge out of Shameless instead. We have our 5 adepts trading in, these have vanilla adepts. So standard move out timing. We'll threaten the shade. Lings should be keeping up. And they are. Yeah, they punish the shade, they come in for this round. Oracles, they come in to support. Not bad, cleaning up the Zerglings, catching out of one of the queens. Did I say one? Going for the other. That second queen goes down. But the adepts are cleaned up. With that, Wayne does hold. Wayne is holding. It's going to be Blink on the way, not charge. This is an interesting choice just because we did prioritize +1, and this means that Blink is going to be much, much later as a result. Much later. Now taking up in the Temple Archives. From this moment, we could switch into either Colossus or Storm. We've made our decision here. It is going to be for Storm initially. Going into high tempo production. Sorry, just stretching. Oh. Just remember to stretch. But nice pickoff. Decent pickoff there, catching a Stalker, pulling away. Again, Wayne just stabilizing here and getting up to 75 workers. A decent drone count. But what we're waiting for here is, do we go for an infestation pit? Now, if we see a pit, if we see more drones, then of course that means that we're taking up into Hive and taking up into Lurkers. But for the time being, I see purely Ling Hydra. And limited saturation here at the 4th. The Oracles, they confirm. They confirm the lack of saturation. Likewise, we have the 5th base on the way, and Wayne, he's just amassing. Yeah, he's just massing up his Ling Hydra. He's getting ready for his push. Shameless getting ready. Storm will be a part of the defense. Stage drops on the way. We're lacking shield barriers and cannons, though. Some of them are coming, but it's going to be a tough hold. Wayne, he is pushing. Storm's coming in. The High Templar are exposed. Losing one High Templar. Almost the other. Again, Shameless out of position. Again, he cannot waste those storms. Yeah, storms are coming in. Better storms here on the Hydras. And much better storms. Shameless is holding on, but now we're down to 0 storms. You know what? There's that Lurker Den. There's the infestation as well. Taking up. Yeah, likewise, 90 expansion, trying to catch up the Archon, does get it. Archon goes down, not bad. Where are the storms? Get one storm towards the end. Shameless, he's holding, but without extra storms, I am concerned. Go storm on the Hydras. Zerglings, they commit in. There's no more Archons. Shameless, he's in trouble, and it looks like Wayne, he's barely breaking through. This was, again, very committed here from Wayne. Was committed. Takes down so many stalkers. That's how many? That was 14 stalkers going down in total. It's crazy damage. And now finally, Wayne, he's droning. You can see that 10, 11 drones are on the way. Hive is on the way as well, working towards lurker tech. So Wayne is now working on the next step, now taking gases to afford the lurkers. Hive is on the way. Now the question becomes, did Wayne do enough damage? Like right now, Wayne, he's droning, now he's taking, now he's building up towards a later game state. Wayne, he was able to kill a lot of stalkers, which was good. He killed a lot of High Templar and Archons, but the economy was untouched. He killed 4 probes. Like the economy was untouched outside of the delayed 4. But no major economic damage. Storm's able to zone. Ooh, another storm as well. But alas, there's just barely enough Protoss here. We need extra Warpins. Warpins just now finishing up. The Immortals, they cannot close the distance. And Wayne, he's finally getting some no damage. He's listening to the bases. Oh, nice target firing. Wayne, he might still. Yeah, he has too much. He has too much here. He's got 3 lurkers. Fighting so much damage. 4 lurkers even. As Wayne, he holds his own, and finally, after pushing for the past 2-3 minutes, he has broken the base. GG gets called, and Wayne, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take the first game. Again, Wayne, he committed, he doubled down. Now, as a reminder, after the first attack, he did back off and drone. He was droning up, he was taking up as well. He had the lurker den on the way. He was getting ready for those lurker upgrades as well. But didn't quite need them in the end. In the end, he was able to strike, able to break through. Again, it was a messy defense there by Shameless. He barely didn't really have the High Templar he needed. Likewise, some of the storms were solid, but he was also bleeding a High Templar early on. And as he was losing High Templar, no more storms. No more storms remaining. Without storms, GG. GG well played. Wayne does take the game. And now we're getting into game number 2. Go. So jumping into game 2. And from here we're getting into game 2. Again, Shameless, he barely wasn't able to stabilize. As you mentioned before, like, this is what we expect between these 2 players, where Wayne is going to be the aggressor. His goal here is to try to break Wayne early on and try to break the base setup. Meanwhile, it's going to be up to Shameless to survive that aggression, to survive, to defend, to deflect, and to get into a longer game state. That's we'll see if we can get there. Up next, oh, that's, I mean, Maganatha would have been the map for it is the problem. That would have been the map to try to get into a longer game, but now we're loading into Torches, now a much more aggressive map in the map pool. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the yellow Zerg player. The yellow Zerg player himself leading the series 1-0. Oh, hello. Going for the 12 pool. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy down in the series. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Shameless. Here we go. And again, Torches has a shorter rush distance by air and by ground as well. Has a very large ramp coming into the expansion. And Wayne is going to commit with his 12 pool. Now, as a reminder, 12 pools, they're not necessarily all in. The probe is in position to delay the expansion. And Wayne, he will move out with his first drone. With this, he can block across the map. Can block. Shameless still on patrol. we go. Hatchery is being thrown down, and now this hatchery placement will disrupt the wall. This will make it easier here for the Lings to engage with the wall itself, with some of the production, with the gateway, with the cybercore. As we go, Lings are moving out. Wayne is committed. He's going to be committed here. We can see Shameless Bull and the boys trying to set up a secondary wall. Cybercore looking quite exposed as well. There's that first Zealot. Lings, very nice service area in the gateway. The gateway is exposed. The gateway is going to be targeted, and that's going to be a kill. I believe we might even cancel the second Zealot. Yeah, it's not going to pop out. It's close, but the second Zealot will not pop. Oh. Yeah, it just barely takes down the gateway. One gateway left. The wall is open. Wall is open. Wayne behind this is expanding. Doesn't want that Zealot. Takes down the workers. Which is back over. Chasing the Zerglings. Sorry, chasing the probes into the main. Hatchery does complete. More Lings are on the way, and it's all or nothing here for Wayne. It's going to be a short one. He wants to surround. He wants the Adept. He wants it. Does want the Adepts. Going for the pylon as well. Ay, ay, ay. And it looks like the gateway is going to be depowered. GG gets called as there is just nothing left to work with. Shameless overwhelmed, overpowered, and Wayne will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A shorter series here between Wayne and Shameless. Again, I was hoping for something to get into a little bit more here, but Wayne, he was able to be very cheeky with this 12 pool. Very brutal position with the hatchery as well to make sure that the gateway was exposed and the gateway was out in the open. And with that, the kill move was to just depower everything towards the end. Just had no reinforcements, had no warp ins. GG. GG, well played. In the end, Wayne, he will claim it. A bit of a faster series, but I also expect a fast one the next one. Up next, we do have Wayne advancing on a face-off against Strange. Now again, Shameless, he's a really good player. Shameless is a really solid player. I don't think that series really did Shameless justice. Shameless, where he thrives in though, is a longer game. There's a reason why Wayne did everything he could to make sure that Shameless couldn't get into a longer game state. We have seen Shameless dominate Wayne in the past in those longer games. So when he just avoids it, wraps up the game early. GG, well played. Up next, Wayne versus Strange in the upper bracket finals. Oh boy. Our next series is upon us. Upper bracket finals. It is going to be a best of 5. Not a best of 3. Okay. But we are gonna be cutting to a short break here. Vita's underway. Vita's underway, and we will soon be jumping in to the upper bracket finals. Likewise, the lower bracket is progressing. We have Art. Oh, Art is the first player to be knocked out. UD Soldier. UD Soldier does bring Art down 2-1. Does bring him down. Likewise, MilkiCow versus GG Machine currently mid-series. Shameless knocked down to face off against UD Soldier in a PvP. And we have Nick Racked waiting for the winner of MilkiCow and GG Machine as well. Now we're going to be going on a short break. I'm going to go and make some coffee. I don't know if you noticed, but I was misspeaking a little bit there. It is 2:30 a.m. in the morning here. It's almost 3 a.m. and we just finished casting earlier, so I'm a little bit fatigued. So I'm gonna go quickly make get some caffeine. I'm gonna quickly get some caffeine to keep myself going here. We'll be okay. We'll make it. I will make it. So short break. We'll be back soon with Strange and Wayne. See you shortly. See you shortly. Ducklings, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fire Cup number 10 playoffs broadcast. We have returned with the upper bracket finals. I now have some caffeine to keep me going. Fun fact: I didn't need any caffeine for the 15-hour cast days of EWC. I didn't need. We did like 3 15-hour cast days in a row. I barely got any sleep. I didn't need any caffeine for that. But here, again, I've been barely getting any sleep. I've been getting like maybe 4 hours sleep sort of stuff for the past couple of days, just because of all the casting, because of we just wrapped up Sparkling Tuna Cup. We did have a Fire Cup this morning as well. Like it's been a little bit more chaotic, so I had to get some caffeine inside me. But we're good to go. We're good to go. We'll be okay. Be okay. We'll make it. We'll make it. I see someone in the chat asking about Shameless's response to the 12 pool hatch block and the all-in. Unfortunately, it was just really difficult because we should have emphasized it earlier as well. Again, sorry, I'm just a little bit sleep deprived. But it was just a really rough setup there, just because of the hatch block. It meant that it was easier to get us around on the first gateway to focus it down. From my understanding in that position, and again, it's only from my understanding, there may be different ways, of course, to respond, would be for a forge defense, where you would pull extra boys down to help protect the zealot, to make sure it doesn't get surrounded, to make sure you can maintain the low ground and save the second gateway at least. But you'd have to throw it in a forge to get your own cannons up and running. The reason why forge defense would be applicable there is because your gateway production is limited, just because you can only make 1 unit at a time, and even then the first zealot is vulnerable as well. So we see a lot of Protoss players go for a forge to get cannons to help support their probes and to help support their zealots and to maintain that position. Typically, at least that's what we've seen. But we're now getting into our fresh series. We're now getting into our best of 5, by the way. Best of 5, not a best of 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have our yellow Zerg player. We have a yellow Zerg. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Strange. And if you're in the chats, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our best of 5. Here we go. As we are jumping into a fresh best of 5, winner of this series will advance on to the grand finals. The loser will be knocked down to the lower brackets. As you saw the bracket earlier, it is a double elimination format, which means our players both have a second life, so they do have that safety net underneath them to keep them going, to keep them afloat. Meanwhile, a big shout out to FaZe. Big shout out to FaZe here in the chat. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 3 months. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Let's go. So caffeine before bed. True. It's my first time having coffee all month. I think I've said this before. Usually I only ever drink coffee for casts like this. Like deep late into night casts where I'm a little bit too fatigued. So it's like a once a month sort of thing. Or sometimes not even. Once every couple of months. We gotta break the glass, break in case of emergency, to stay awake for more StarCraft. Let's go. Let's go. Until then, we do have our openers, Stargate opener at a Strange, and welcome to Maganatha. Once again, Maganatha is known for being a much larger map, known for longer games. If you recall, the last time we were here on Maganatha with Wayne, he went for an all-in. He went for Ling Hydra, I want to say borderline all-in or a timing attack. Very committed, I should say. Regardless, he was able to break Shameless on 3 bases just before Shameless could really build up and get into a semblance of an army. Just before we could get into the mid-game, Shameless was shut down early on at his 3rd. Meanwhile, typically Strange does take a different approach. Strange is typically less macro-oriented, and we see Strange time and time again go Glaive Adepts. We've actually seen Strange versus Wayne quite often in recent months, and it does often go the way of Strange. Like, he's just so aggressive, and it's so difficult to keep up. With a Void Ray opener, the goal here is to hunt down the Overlord, is to deny vision at the bases, and to then go for early tech. Potentially. We could play standard Oracle into a 3rd base, into a more standard game state, into a Forge, or we could see a faster Twilight Council. So we'll keep an eye on our players. Keep an eye on them. There it is, Twilight Council. Twilight Council on the way. So this is an early Twilight Council, so we are expecting Glaive Adepts. Now, Strange, he has adepted the hell out of Wayne many times, and we'll see if he can do it again. Wayne has been having a hard time keeping up with the aggression of Strange, at least historically. We'll see if that continues. Extra gateways on the way. Currently we have a 4-gate setup, so 4-gate glaives. We could go up to 2 more and go up to 6-gate glaive adepts. We'll see how committed Strange intends on being. Now, bearing in mind, there it is, 2 more, 6 in total. This is very committed here. So 6-gate glaive adepts here by Strange. I'm assuming the glaives are on the way because there's no forge. As the first handful of vanilla adepts move out, they shade into the mineral line. They already got a couple of drone kills earlier with the oracles, and now another 5 drones going down, 5 in total, I should say. Not bad. So it was with just purely adepts. Alongside the oracles, there we go, 5 drone kills. Meanwhile, there we go, glaives are on the way, as we did mention. The reason why we assumed this was glaives, 1, because it's Strange and he's very fond of glaives, but also because there was no forge. No forge, no +1, no upgrade, so glaives are the typical answer. They are the typical upgrade. Third base is being saturated. Adepts are building up. They're banking up back at home. You see they're banking up in the main. And currently Wayne has no idea. Now Wayne thankfully did go for a safety roach horn, and he has SimCity here with his Evo chamber. So Wayne, he is in position to wall off, to fully wall this area off to protect his natural. But he still has to scout, and he has yet to confirm. He pokes in, sees some adepts with these adepts from earlier. Like, this is not a tell. This is not a tell. Massive warp in after the Lings leave, and here comes the army. Now remember, there's no robo, there's no warp prism, we're just warping in from back at home. But here we go, we're shading across. And thankfully Wayne, he's making a handful of safety roaches that will help. But only 5. So 5 safety roaches. Hydrogen is now on the way. Getting to +1 range. Strange has arrived, he does focus on the queens. Gets 1. He's gonna get 2. Gonna get all 3. 3 queens go down. Do we get all 4? Oh, God. Yeah, sniping some roaches. Shade is denied. So far, full wall here at the natural. But adepts, they break through the queens. Now they're getting to the middle. No. The late reaction by Wayne. The late reaction. 12 drones. 14, 15. An entire mineral line goes down, and he can just fight the roaches. To be honest, he can just fight this. Oh, adepts, they do shade past. All the adepts together could clean up the roaches, but it's a little bit fragmented. And with that, Wayne, he will hold on to his third, but that's still going to be 22 drones, 23 drones going down. Adepts, they don't quite make it in. There it is, there's the shade. Oh, he slips in. Yeah, the wall is just 1 second too late. It does slip into the bases, but looks like he will cancel the shade. Wayne, sorry, Strange will back off. And Strange, what's he doing from here? Double robo mortar production. He's on full 3-base saturation. Strange, he does have the better economy. He's on 3 bases. We do see the 4th base is still not saturated for Wayne. Wayne trying to recover, but Adepts still, sorry, the Oracle coming back in. Kills the Queen. Oh my God, just barely. Takes down the Queen, denies any kind of mining. Brutal damage here at the 3rd. And Wayne is in a rough position. Void Ray denies the spore here at the 4th base. Oh, God. I mean, the Queen's being sniped earlier means there's only one. This is the final Queen. This is the only Queen left. The only Queen in this game. Get out of here. No. Again, the Adept sniping Queens earlier did play a part in this. Void Ray pulls away. More Adepts rocking up. No spore here at the 3rd. And Wayne is completely torn apart. He cannot keep up, he cannot defend. Not anymore. Not like this. Not like this. Oh God, this would be deserving players in the chat. Look away, Papi, look away. Por favor. Nice counterattack at Wayne though, okay. Roaches, they bust into the main base, the natural, and the 3rd. Wayne trying to cause some havoc here. He's getting some counter damage done. He will lose 25 drones. He's still losing more, by the way. He's losing 25 drones across the map. But he will get 17 probes, not bad. Does get some counter damage done. These roaches, they do more than they should have. Even trading against stalkers. So Wayne is not going down without a fight. His economy may be crippled, and he may be losing the army, but he's still in this. Now, the problem with what just happened here, this was a really nice counterattack. 18 probes. But what did Wayne lose? 56 drones. Now, Wayne, he has been redroning, he has been resaturating, but what does that mean? That means that the army of Wayne is non-existent. Let's look at the unit stat. 5 roaches. Oh, sorry. 4, 3, soon to be 2. This is all we have left. 2 roaches. That is the army of Wayne. Now, he is now producing some roaches, but what this means is that Strange, he should soon counterattack. And when I say soon, he's of a like mind. He will. Prism is on the way. This tells us that he's going to be pushing. He's going to be pushing once a Prism does arrive, and Wayne should not be able to defend. Because he sustained all that economic damage, that is why the army is so small, that's why the army is not quite ready, and that's why Wayne is vulnerable, because of all that droning up he has been doing to recover. And yep, here it comes. Here comes the main army. It's going to be 5 Immortals. It's a lot of Immortals. 16 Zealots. Of course, the Warpers are alongside this. Now we'll see if Wayne can pull off that defense. If he can, that would be impressive. Now the Immortals will start stepping in. Wayne cannot take a head-on fight. He has to take it slow. He has to try to buy whatever he can, pick off some key units like this, take down 1, 2, 3 Zealots. Picks off the Zealots, backs off, tries to bow down. Take down more Zealots as well. Just picking away at the army. Oh! Nice dodges. Nice wiles. Nice dodges against the wiles. Expansion goes down. More Zealots have arrived. Wiles, they do connect. Takes out an Immortal. Likewise, 2 Immortals wasting DPS here on eggs. But it's still too much. It's still too much for Protoss. That's Wiles. They take down the Void Ray. The Wiles have been solid. The Wiles got a Void Ray, the Wiles they got an Immortal earlier as well. This time they will not connect. And Strange still forcing his way forward. Looks like he will lose another Immortal. Another 2 Immortals. Where's the Prism? Prism is too far back. Ooh, as another Immortal goes down, the Wiles have been crazy. Again, Wayne microing very, very well here, connecting well. And Strange has been slipping up. Has been miscontrolling. Likewise, Strange has been missing Warpins. You can see Strange, he has a bank, and he pulls away. Yeah, again, if he was a little bit more attentive with his army, he could have just kept pushing, could have kept going into a win. It has taken too long. Wayne survives. Ooh, Wayne, he does survive. Oversaturated is not ideal, but he does survive regardless. The armies, they pass by each other. Wayne waddling across the map. We could end up in a weird base trade. Let's take on those roaches. Do we recall? There it is. Does recall back home. A couple of Immortals are left behind. Did you notice? Somewhat. Likewise, stuck with move command for a moment there. Go cloak. No cloak, that's still a lot of Immortals. No cloak? What? Sorry, I meant to say no detection. I know. It's like 3 AM, okay? Calm down. No detection. As we do lock down the army regardless, and now there are observers. Tries to burrow away. No! Free damage. As roaches they get cleaned up. As Strange, he, despite not necessarily killing his opponent, did cripple him. And Strange, he still has the greater main army in a head-on fight. I do still favor Strange 100%. As he has a terrifying force with Hammer with 8 Immortals against 7 roaches. 7 roaches and 3 Ravagers. Ay, ay, ay. So here we go. Wayne pushing forward. Wayne, sorry, Strange pushing forward. In between the bases. Zealots they peel off into the mineral line. And again, there's just not really much of an army left. GG gets called, and with that, Strange, he will take lead in the series. He will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Strange will take a lead. Shout out to Wayne. Wayne, he did almost defend. It was a very impressive defense out of Wayne to be able to get the most out of that. He was able to pick off and snipe Void Rays, snipe Immortals. Again, Wayne should have been dead then and there, and he survived. He survived a little bit longer. Still did fall, still did go down, which was more expected, especially after losing, what was it, 54 drones. He lost so many workers. That was game-ending damage. Despite that, he was able to hold his own, have a bit of a presence before tapping out. And that leads us into game number 2. And I'll be honest, I expect to see more depths. Maybe not in every game, but I do expect to see more depths throughout the course of this series. Game 2, game 3, potentially game 4 and 5. We'll see. Just catching up with the chat. Catching up. Este Flipper Flapjack. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Ga, papi. Seemingly forgot to start the claves for like 30 seconds there. I wonder if it'll make a difference. Oh. He was fine, papi. He did well. He did well. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylands, we have the yellow Zerg player. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player leading the series 1-0. And we'll see if he can extend that lead and maintain all of that momentum. It is Strange. What? Us? Go. And again, Strange was just able to snowball out of control with those glaive adepts. Wayne, he was doing a great job when it came to walling off his natural and denying the adepts from shading into his natural or his main base, but they still found damage elsewhere. Sniping queens, sniping roaches, and of course overwhelming the drone count in the mineral line, dealing crippling damage. Again, it was what, 54 drones throughout the course of that game. It was insane damage, and Wayne just could not sustain those losses. And we'll see how Strange will open up this time. Again, I do expect to see more depths throughout the course of the series, but game 2, we might mix it up. I'm not saying he'll play standard, but you know, he might do something different, like rush into Sky Toss or something like that. Okay, we are good so far. Hatch gas full. Standard opener here out of Wayne. Likewise, a gate expanded to Cybercore out of Strange. Everything so far looking as it should be. The pylon has been placed for our tech of choice. I wouldn't put it past Strange going for a Twilight Council opener, and there it is! Twilight Council out of Strange. Let's go! Does open Twilight Council. Now, this doesn't have to be Glaive Adepts. It could be DTs. It could be a DT-based opener into an Archon drop, or we could pull out of gases. So our eyes are going to be on these gases. Now, if we pull one out of each gas geyser, there should be 4 gate glaives. If we stay in the gases, it should be Dark Templar, or technically, we could stay in gases and what can all lost. We could go glaives and DTs. Could do both. For now, staying in gas. Throws down extra gateways. I'm expecting, again, Dark Shrine, or we might go for the Strange opener. True. Might go for the Strange. Yeah, there it is. Glaives. Glaives are on the way. Stays in gas. Now, what is the Strange opener here? Strange, there is a build that he popularized like a year ago, maybe probably more than that at this point, where you open up glaives. I was gonna say glaives without a robo. Robo is thrown down. How hard are we gonna commit here? I said it before, if we stay in gas, this could be both. This could be glaives plus DTs. Forge. Okay. Interesting. I want to say that we saw this during the group stage. So Forge gets thrown down. This is going to be for +1 for upgrades. And this is most likely going to hit with the Immortals, not with the Glaive Adepts, but with the follow-up after the Glaives. So it's going to be a bit of a 1-2 punch. Of course, big delay in the third. No third base whatsoever. You can see Wayne is in position to scout, but the third is heavily delayed here in favor of upgrades, in favor of course, tech. +1 has begun. But again, it will kick in for quite some time. It's a lot of adepts. Now, what I find peculiar is he went Robo, no War Prism. Remember that, no War Prism with this, despite the Robo. Glaives is done. Adepts self-threatened Shades. Wayne is ready for this. Wayne did go for a safety Roach Horn into just under a 5-minute layer timing. So really nice setup here by Wayne. Wayne, he is set up. But remember, it's not about the first adepts. It's about the Immortals, and it's about +1. It's about the follow-up timing. Like, this is turning into a 2-base all-in. And I believe the goal here for Strange is not to commit with the adepts, to keep them alive, to bolster his army. Going for the Bay on 2 bases. Going into Colossus? Okay. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Here we go, the army's starting to break out. Bay is almost done. And we shouldn't be pushing without the Colossus. But this is, again, a very quirky build here. That is strange. It's very strange. Yeah, true, true. Wayne, he's not droning. He's droning up a little bit, but he's still staying on the lower worker count and committing into Ling Bane Roach. Ling Bane Roach. Ling Roach Raptor. No Banelings yet. As the first Colossus is on the way, it's halfway done. I feel like we don't want to push without the first Colossus. Like, I feel like that's one of the big reasons for this build. Is that Colossus follow-up, but sure. Strange moving out. As he moves out, Lings, they move in to deny the expansions. Lings and Roaches as well. Oh my god, very committed counterattack. Strange is racing back home. Roaches, they shut down the pylon. They're going for the Nexus. Nexus is surrounded, and the Nexus, it looks like it will be cancelled. Oh yeah, that is brutal. Oh, never mind, saves it. Saves the base. Oh my god. Oh, recalls? I feel like a bit of a misclick there. Does recall over, that's going to be on cooldown. Prism is now on the way, and this should hit, like, with the main army. Just wait for the War Prism, and then it's time to move out. And this might even just hit with +2. Coincidentally. I hit with +2. Say might, it will hit with +2. From the side of Wayne, he has been droning, but it's been very sporadic. Like, Wayne, he committed so much to Ling Roach production early on that is hurting him, actually. And now he's rushing into a Hive. The Hive is on the, oh god, the Hive is on the way. Infestation bit is done, no safety infestors. No, shall we get away with this? I'm not too confident in Wayne's abilities to defend after being this greedy. Get another expansion. Strange moving in, he will punish those roaches. There's a lot of roaches going down. Files, they graze the army. But this is a terrifying force, and that's a lot of force fields. Files, they once again they do graze some of the units. One bile connects. The hatchery is gonna go down. We just have non-stop force fields. And Wayne is just being bullied back. Yeah, +2 does kick in. Nice battles here towards the end. A couple of them will, again, connect with the main army. Battles just trying to buy some time, just trying to slow this down. More roaches getting caught out. Oh, yeah, some okay force fields. Still more. Yeah, still more force fields. Prison going into the main. The left side do shade in. Drone's going to be going down. Getting 4 workers in the main. Catching our Ravagers as well. Yeah, and with that, I believe Strange has none of the boys being pulled into the Colossus. Oh, no, the Colossus! The Colossus is low. The Roach Form's exposed. Brutal force fields locking down those roaches. There's no escape. Not like this. As the Roach Form has fallen, and this is all you get. What you see is what you get. The boys, the final stand. Wayne, can he hold? Oh, God. Surrounds the Immortals at least. The Immortals, they are going to fall. He gets one. He gets one Immortal, but only one. There we go. He can maybe get the second. Colossus is targeted. Takes down the Immortal as well. But what about the Gateway Army? As Strange will snowball out of control. GG gets called, and Strange will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Now, we did expect glaives multiple times in this series, but this was a more peculiar build. Remember, this was 4-gate glaives with a robo into a delayed forge without a prism, without a warp prism, instead going into +1, instead going into early immortal production, into a later 3rd base, into eventually a +2 Colossus timing. Like it took a while for the build to really come into its own, but we got there in the end, and yeah, that was devastating. As the army could not be stopped. Again, even though Wayne, he was ready for a Ling Roach counterattack and a Ling Roach run by, like, he just wasn't able to get much done. He was shut down at home as well. He was expecting and hoping that Strange would be active and move out, but that's not the case. That's the case. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. Sorry, number 3. Getting into game 3. Strange is up 2-0, and we'll see if Wayne can make a series out of this. Oh boy. See if he can make a series. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping we can get some more games out of our players, but pressure is on. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the yellow Zerg player, himself. Ooh, down in the series, down heavily. One more mistake, one more misstep, and that will cost him his tournament life here. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Zabona, we have the red Protoss player, we have the red Protoss leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the grand finals. It is Strange. Go. Getting into game 3. Now, do we glaive? The answer is yes, but how do we glaive? That is the real question. Do we go for a greedy opener, a tech-heavy opener, a more aggressive start? Strange can be a hard one to read, for sure. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Wayne. Likewise, Gate Expand out of Strange. Like, the openers have been standard all series long. It isn't about the opener, it's about the, again, early tech of choice. Do we open up Twilight Council or Stargates? And even if we go Stargates, do we make even use of the tech available? Cool shot on the green screen. Yeah, I'm blending into the fire. Oh no. I'm becoming one with the cup. I haven't looked at it yet. Yeah, look, it's like it's like my body has caught fire. Oh no. Ah no. Not like this. Stargate Opener. Meanwhile, you have a take of choice. Stargate Opener here out of Strange. Stargate into Oracle or into Void Ray again. We already saw that once in the series. Void Ray into Twilight Council. Did see that in game 1. Meanwhile, very fast Eva Chamber out of Wayne. Okay, with this fast Eva Chamber rushing into plus on melee, rushing into a Ling Flood. More importantly, we're staying in gas. Alright, of course, for melee. Yeah. He still stays in though. So, plus on melee into Ling Speed. Now, the way this works here is that you start melee first, then you go into Ling Speed. This is a Ling Flood. This is straight up a Ling Flood here out of Wayne. Not going for a Bane Bust, as it does pull out of gas, but the only gas that Wayne had was for both these upgrades. So yeah, this is going to be a Ling Flood. Strange back at home, Void Ray Opener, not Oracle. Third base is not being taken. Strange for the first time this series going for a third before tech, like Stargate Opener into a third. Typically we see a Twilight Council by now, and we're still looking. Where is that council? Where's the Twilight? Oh, and okay, you have my attention. So Void Ray Opener into Oracle into not Glaive for the first time. Not Glaive Adepts in the series. We're rushing into Skytoss. Now this is going to be either a Tempest or a Carrier Rush, but that's going to be a Fleet Beacon, second Stargate into double Stargate production. Very aggressive here. Oh, sorry, I say very aggressive. Very tech heavy from Strange. And Wayne, I believe, is going for a bust. I believe Wayne can win this. Wayne, he can end the game. So remember, Wayne, he rushed into early upgrades. He rushed into +1 melee. He rushed into Ling Speed. The one thing that he's missing here is the Baneling Nest, and the Baneling Nest is halfway done. And this should be for a massive all-in. And you can see here, Ling's at banking up back at home. It's a lot of Zerglings on the way. Wayne, he will cut workers at 43. Let's cut them early. Here come the Lings. They will hit the third. Hit the third base. Likewise, Lings, they actually flood into the bases. The wall was open. He scouts the tech. He does confirm what's going on. Boys are being pulled. The pylon is going to be targeted. Will depower everything. Very nice snipe here from Wayne. And again, Strange. The wall should not have been open. 8 probe kills, and he gets a full surround. That's going to be a kill on the third. Doesn't even need the Bane Bust. Not even. And with that, Wayne, now he's droning. Up. He has taken a massive lead. He kills the third base. He gets 9 probe kills. He depowers the Stargates, delays the Skytoss. And Strange is in a rough position. Now, he is working, I should say, that he at least is aware that Wayne is working towards a lair. So a bit of a later lair here at Wayne. So a later Spire. Later Hydroden. There is a window in time. But these carriers can be active, but it's not going to be easy. So I'm moving out. Don't think it's safe for you to be lit. Oh no, I will be okay. Whatever it takes to stay awake, will be okay. As our carriers do move out, we can see a Wayne getting ready here for that bust. We're going to push into said natural. Spire is on the way as well. Carriers are revealed, and here comes the bust. A lot of Baneling's going to be required. Actually, ignore the natural. They go straight for the third instead, going for secure damage. Okay, Banelings, they crash in, they take down the pylon, they depower the shield battery. And they should break the expansion. There's just one Void Ray to defend. And that should not be enough. At the same time, the carriers are deflected. Gonna be zoned away. And again, carriers, they're good, but they're not that good this early on, like that. Carriers, they really do spike up once they hit critical mass of units, of numbers. But here we only have 4 carriers, and Wayne has plenty of time to just recover, to drone, to capture his gases. Spire is now done. I believe there's 2. And there's just 1. There's 1 Spire. Corruptor production has begun as well. Getting into those Corruptors. You can see Strange trying to get ready for Corruptors with Massive Void Ray. Void Ray, they're going to be a little bit more ideal against Corruptors. Are more ideal. So they hit a tank. And right now it's all on Strange to Turtle. Meanwhile, Wayne, he has free map control. He's just double expanding, getting a 5th base, a 6th expansion, getting ready to move in with those Corruptors. Strange just doesn't really have much left over. Strange is going to have to defend with 6 Void Rays. If he had maybe a couple of Archons, then sure, I would have faith. But no Archon supports. Just pure Sky Toss. Oh, could be zoned away. Could be zoned away. More Void Rays are building up. Yeah, Corruptors, especially with Queen supports like Wayne, he should be able to break this expansion. Like there's no shot that the Strange can hold this. No shot. A nice force fields, okay. A nice start. Force fields, they zone away the Link Vein. Corruptors moving in. Here comes the prismatic alignment. Strange trying to make his stand. But alas, he does overextend. Yeah, brutal overextension. Void Ray goes down. Carrier's going to be going down as well. And again, with the help, with the support of the Queens, Wayne, he will take down every single Void Ray, every single carrier. GG gets called, and Wayne, he will fight back. He'll put a point on the board. We have a series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we do have a series here. It was a rough start for Strange. Strange rushing into Sky Toss does require you to actually maintain an economy. He was knocked down, he was denied, losing the 3rd base real fast and real quick. And with that, the series continues. The comeback has begun. Let's go. The comeback has begun here. We're now getting into our next game, and we'll see if Strange reverts back to what he does best. He might. He might just revert back to what? To Glaive Adepts. Oh boy. Oh boy. So we are just waiting for certain updates here. Shameless to take down UD Soldier 2-1. UD Soldier taking some maps. Taking some maps off of Art and Shameless. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into the next game. And spawning in the... Oh, here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the yellow Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg player himself fighting back, putting a point on the board. And can we force the ace match? Can we go the distance? It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have its opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, still leading the series, still 1 game away from becoming our champion, becoming our first finalist, I should say. It is Strange. As a reminder, the winner of this series will advance on to the grand finals. But they'll still have to play some more matches. As we do have Wayne going for his hatch block here on the low ground. Blocking the natural. Unlike what we saw previously, here Wayne should not be finishing the expansion. This hatchery is only to block, is only to force out a zealot and force some inefficiencies out of turn. Inefficiencies here out of Strange for Protoss. Behind this, going for an earlier gas, interesting. So a gas pool follow-up. Alright, pylon block. Yeah, the pylon block does force the unnatural natural out of Wayne, so it does force out some earlier tech. So just a little bit uncomfortable for both players. Zealot is forced out. Second Zealot is on the way. There's a cancellation. Again, no intention to ever let it finish. It was just designed to delay. Just delay the expansion. Tended gas deal. We're good to go. Now, from here, we could just double down and go for extra gateways and commit into one base all in. Outside of that, still trying to piece together where we're headed. There it is, Twilight Council opener once again, not going Stargates, okay. So we're expecting either Glaive Adepts or DTs, depending on whether or not we pull out or pull in. Well, where we're pulling. Oh, actually, Strange with the proxy instead, which means one base all in, no expansion, no natural whatsoever. I just noticed. My apologies. On top of that, there we go. Glaives are on the way. On top of that, no Robo. There's no need anymore. Robo is usually there for the War Prism to harass across, to reinforce across the map, but now we have the gateway. Natural does hit the what is going to be hit. That is Zealot Adept. Chase it. No major damage. But it's not about that. It's about the fact that there's no expansion. Glaives are almost done. Just needs a little bit more time. Just a little bit more. And yeah, why not both? If you remember, I assumed it was going to be Glaives DTs. Was it in game 2? I think I just made that assumption in game 2, but instead it was Glaives into +1, into Immortal, into Colossus. Like, it was a crazy game on ley lines. But here it is going to be DTs plus Adepts. Now, do you see what I see? I see no Spore at the third, I see no Spore at the natural, and I see one Spore in the main. Okay, thank God it's repositioning. Oh, we see Adepts. The Spore is repositioning. Now, this Spore is going to be designed to protect the entrance to the main and also protect the natural, but the third base is forfeit. The third base, it's going to be killed. There's no saving the third. Now, if this Spore gets killed by these Adepts, then the DTs can just end the game. They can just end the game. No, they can end the game. Down goes, oh no, down goes one of the queens, does shade into the mineral line. Good positioning though, Lings, they do not get us around. It takes down another queen. GG gets called. We don't even get to see the DTs. Even without them, Strange, he will snowball out of control. He will claim the series 3-1, and he will advance on to the grand finals. GG. He was setting up the 1-2 punch, but he just needed the one. Just the one. But DC's warping in behind it, and even without them, we saw that the Adepts, they just caught Wayne with his pants down. They completely shut him down. Again, it was just a one-base all-in. This hit earlier than normal because there was no natural expansion. This was hyper-aggressive out of Strange, and once again, every single game that he won, Glaive Adepts in some way, shape, or form. The Adept Pappy does it again. Does it again. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Strange, he will advance on to the grand finals. And Wayne is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket instead. The question becomes, does he have an opponent? Let's find out. Ooh, let us find out, as that doesn't bode well. Do you see what I see? So Strange does advance on to the grand finals, 3-1 over Wayne. He's in those finals. Meanwhile, we have Wayne waiting for the winner of Shameless series, who's waiting for the winner of Nickrat, who's waiting for the winner of MilkiCow and GG Machine. Are they still ongoing? Now, I was hoping that, bam, we would go into the Shameless series. No, we'd just go into maybe even just Wayne's match and then bam into the grand finals, but the lower bracket is delayed and we have some downtime here. GG Machine and MilkiCow, they're going the distance. That's a long series, assuming that they're still facing off, and doesn't bode well. Does not bode well. Oh, actually, never mind. Never mind. So I just got an update here. MilkiCow and GG Machine, they're already done. They haven't been reported. Hasn't been reported, but they did already complete. And Nickrat is currently playing against GG Machine. So GG Machine, he won that series, I believe, if not mistaken. I believe he did win that. And I believe Nickrat is playing currently versus our Zerg player. I believe they're currently mid-series, and they might be wrapping up in time for the Shameless match. It's possible. Regardless, we do have some downtime. Nickrat and GG Machine, they're 14 minutes into their game, so we have a little bit of downtime, and once they do wrap up, we'll have our next series. Whether we're going to be jumping in mid-series into Nickrat versus GG Machine, or jumping into Shameless versus their winner, yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Yes. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll be jumping in either mid-series into GG Machine and Nickrat, or the winner versus Shameless. One or the other. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast, in a sense. We just wrapped up the upper bracket. We just wrapped up, and of course, Strange just took down Wayne, and Strange is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of these next set of matches here. We have the lower bracket semi-finals. Let's go. We are jumping into a fresh best of 3 series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. It is GG Machine. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you jump into a fresh best of 3. Now, for some greater context here, GG Machine, he just went on a tear. Actually, you can very quickly see it here. GG Machine, he took down MilkiCow 2-0 and Nicarak 2-0 to make it through into the lower bracket semis, where here he's up against who? Up against Shameless. Shameless, he just got cheesed out in the upper bracket by Wayne. Wayne, he was able to be hyper aggressive and bring Shameless down. But I guess, again, for some context, the winner of this series plays against Wayne. Like Wayne, he's waiting for the winner of this very series in a best of 5. And who will face up against him? Will it be a ZVZ or another PVZ? Will Shameless have his chance at revenge, or will GG Machine instead have his first crack at Wayne? For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Now, when it comes to our setup, when it comes to our players here, we did speak earlier in the Wayne series how Shameless thrives in a longer game, and Wayne typically tries to end the game early, specifically in the ZVP matchup. And here it's a different dynamic. Here I would still stand by saying that Shameless, he thrives in the mid to late game, and if he can get there, he can look incredible. Meanwhile, GG Machine, he's not as aggressive. He's not as all-in or cheeky or tricky with his builds. Like, he's not as animalistic as Wayne. That's the way that I would put it. And he's a little bit more standard, a little bit more macro-oriented. So because of that, I do favor Shameless, as if we're going to be getting into more standard games. I feel like that's where Shameless can thrive. But we'll see. Maybe GG Machine will change his approach. As a reminder, Shameless, I believe, is the reason... Yes, Shameless is the reason why GG Machine got knocked down to lower bracket to begin with. This is a rematch from the upper bracket earlier. And remember, they were having some really long games. Very long games. We could get there again. Assuming that GG Machine still plays standard. Part of me wants to believe that maybe he won't after that first series, but I feel like that's where we're headed. That does threaten the shade. Stalker will zone away. Behind this should be a Stargate opener. Yep, Stargate opener into Oracle. Everything's looking normal. Now, again, this is these are just very different players here compared to the top 2 that we just featured. What I mean by that is that, likewise, Strange was also crazy with his own builds last series, right? Strange was going into Glaive Adepts, into different kind of Glaive Adepts, into different kind, like, again, we saw 3 different builds with Glaive Adepts. We also saw a rush into Skytoss as well, with a double Stargate mass carrier kind of setup. We don't expect any of that here from Shameless. Like, Shameless, he can play Stargate into Glaives. Like, that is something that he has done maybe once in the past, but that's usually not what he thrives in. Like, that's usually not his go-to. Usually it's just, you know, Oracle into a third base, into +1 Blink Stalker, into splash damage, into a standard game. Okay. Oracle pokes in, gets one. Gets 1 druid so far. Oh, right, my apologies. I do apologize. Gamba's late, but Gamba by now would have closed. Yes, but now Gamba would have closed, but was Gamba time at 1 point. Oracle's ready to pin. Getting a couple of drones. It's going to be 3 drone kills so far. Not bad. Yeah, not bad here from Shameless. From here, he pulls away. He's got a couple of depths of support. And hold his own. Twilight Council on the way, going to be going for +1 in charge. Ooh, okay. Now, I spoke about how Shameless is a little bit more mid to late game oriented. I stand by that, but this is going to be an earlier timing. This is going to be an earlier timing with +1 in charge and with Archons as well. So this is a more aggressive build here from Shameless. It doesn't hit as quickly as Glaives. It doesn't hit as quickly as what Strange was going for, but it does hit earlier nonetheless, earlier than a standard kind of game. And ideally, this is designed to punish a player that skips roaches. Dude Machine, he's skipping roaches. +1 melee's on the way. We spoke about this last series as well. This should be for Ling Hydra. So it looks like Ling Hydra, you usually rush into melee if you plan on skipping roaches. And again, if Dude Machine is skipping roaches, then, oh boy, charge those taken over well. Now, you can defend against this without roaches if you have a Bangling Nest, but likewise, oh god, we're rushing into Hive. Yeah, we're Hydra Den into Infestation Bit, into Hive Tech, into Lurkers. Dude Machine is being so greedy. Oh boy. He's being very greedy in terms of his tech. And I'm concerned for him. Oh boy. I'm concerned. Here comes the initial Archon drop. Waiting for the Zealot Warpins. Archon into the main. Queens are in position. Archons are deflected. Zealots warping in. Armies revealed. And we'll see if Dude Machine can save the expansion. It's gonna be a tough hold. It's gonna be a tough hold here. Oh, does want to overextend. Actually, Luna dropping to the main. Prism taking a lot of hits. A couple of Zealots get surrounded. But the Warpin will complete. And again, he has control of the main. As Zealots bust into the mineral line. Ideally, he wants to go for this ramp. Catching out Overlords. And catching Dude Machine out of position. Means they're racing over. They're trying to race over. Nice round from these Zerglings. 13 drones go down. Prism falls. Takes down the Warp Prism, and Dude Machine, he holds. He holds on. Now, if we got another Warpin of Zealots, I mean, even here, this is critical damage. But imagine one more Warpin of Zealots. That would have been game. That would have been game then and there. But alas, Dude Machine holds. Dude Machine, he does hold on. Again, that was still a very efficient trade from Shameless. Very efficient. Killing 18 drones, actually killing more. But 18 drones, 20. 78 Lings. 6 Queens. That is brutal damage. Oh, and Dude Machine, oh god, no. he cannot go for the run by. Not like this. He's trying to take up into Lurkers. There we go. 3 Lurkers are on the way. But I do favor Shameless here. Shameless, he comes out ahead. He definitely had the option and the opportunity to kill Dude Machine, for sure. But wasn't quite able to get the warp in off, so didn't quite get the kill. The game will continue. That's a lot of charge Archon. Oh boy. Might be the only one who can, but it's a little bit awkward to call out predictions just because there is a delay. There's a delay on stream. So it's a bit awkward to call it out. Shout out to those that are attentive enough to notice. Defection has arrived. So far there are 5 Lurkers. I do think that it's possible for Shameless to break this position. But for now he pulls away. Pulls away, he rotates. Drop into the main. This time it's not going to be as effective. Hide as they move in. So far 6 drone kills. Some okay damage. But Dude Machine, he's slowly catching up in supply. Like, it was a rough start, very rough start. But he survived. Lived. we're getting into a longer game. Ah, God. Yeah, Shameless is now going into Sky Toss, claiming his fourth. Machine going for a Ling Run by. Does get an Immortal. Very nice around. Takes down the Immortal. Meanwhile, the main army of Shameless getting called out as well. GG Machine making the moves happen. Does have the moves. Likewise, Elrond gets 5 more drones. Distracts the Zerg player. Distracts GG Machine. Meanwhile, making 2 Tempests at a time. 2 Immortals as well. Shameless is given time, his army will snowball out of control, but he needs to survive. Just a little bit longer. He's almost there. Siege Machine is looking for another way in. Still in a very low drone counts, which is a bit of a concern. Trying to collapse forward. Here come the storms. Yeah, storms on the lurkers. No detection though. Uh-oh. Yeah, no detection. Detection was sniped. Shameless, he's in trouble. Lurker's gonna be moving in. Tempest, they hold their own. Shout to the cannon. Cannon does provide some detection. He's flooding in towards the main. He's trying to move in, but Shameless should be able to clean this up. He has a Tempest. Tempest does force back GG Machine. Loses 12 workers. Oh,
Game
and
paused.
hopefully everything's okay. So we have a bit of a pause. Bit of a pause here. But again, overall, GG Machine did a great job when it comes to recovering in this game, when it comes to forcing back his opponent. The drone count is lackluster for GG Machine. That's what I'm most concerned by. He does have Hive Tech. He does have Hydra Lurker Tech with Hive, but as the Skytoss army builds up, as we're preserving more Skytoss units like Tempest and Carriers, that is where Corruptors are a must. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Hopefully everything's okay from the side of Shameless. Hopefully. But again, I mean, Shameless, he did a great job early on when it came to like breaking through and getting damage done. As you mentioned, like if he had an extra warp in, if he kept the Prism alive, then there's a chance that he could have ended the game. From here, GG Machine is making a game out of this. I still think he still is at the disadvantage. Like he still needs more time to recover. There is a chance for him to take a better fight with Hydra Lurker. If he can get a full surround, he can shut down his opponent. But that's gonna be a big if. It's gonna be a big if. Oh, that looks like a player's already.
Game resumed.
Players are ready. Again, hopefully everything's okay. Just machine morphing in more lurkers. Likewise, now joining up, will need another expansion, but is now starting to focus on this saturation. There it is, Spire is on the way. Working towards the Spire, does take bottom right. Getting another expansion. Will continue. And I do appreciate that G Machine is not tunnel visioning too much on this kind of mid-tier army. Again, that's a lot of supply in Hydras, which doesn't mean much against a bunch of Storms. Even a handful of them. So you want to slowly phase out these Hydras and replace them with Corruptors. Go into Nidus Corruptor. So I'm on the right hand side. G Machine, he does notice. That's a lot of Tempest. How many do we have? 8, Jesus. 8 Tempest for Shameless. At this point, that's enough. Like you don't want to make any more than that. I want to say like around 6 is the sweet spot. It's Tempest a Bleed the Ground army. Nidus Worm is on the way. Both armies are maxing out. I'm still not fond of this army composition from GG Machine. Like, he needs to make room for Vipers and Infestors and Spellcasters. Right now, there are 0 Spellcasters for our Zerg player, so in a head-on fight, I do favor Shameless, but I also understand that GG Machine has a more mobile army, and he can counterattack and backstab. So base is on the way. So we could Changeling into the main. There's the Nidus. Instead main base. Tempest getting 3 shots, but the Nidus is going to finish. Ooh, never mind. There's a recall. That Mothership does recall back home. 1 Lurker does swap out. Just the 1 Lurker. There's that lunge. Oh, now zoning Storms. And you can see as we're bleeding out Hydras, Corruptors. 8 Corruptors in production. GG Machine, he is slowly refining his army. He's getting there. I mean, still too many Hydras. We still have to get rid of more of them. But he's getting there. He's getting there. Shameless, he has to work through that creep. Both armies building up their banks. Interesting positioning with GG Machine. There's not a lot of lurkers is the problem. It does go for the base. The Nexus is going to go down. But I worry whether or not he can escape. Gets 21 probes. General lurkers, only 1 lurker gets out. Just 1. Shameless moving in. 21 correct. Yo, I mean, I said earlier that we want to shave off some Hydra and replace them with Corruptors. That is true, but 21 is a bit excessive here. Getting up to 34 Corruptors. That will be more than enough. Now, you typically don't need that much. There's going to be quite a bit of overkill here, but okay. Machine is sharking around. At this point, he can reset the Tempest count. He has more than enough Corruptors. It's over. Now we have more Stargates being thrown down. These feel a bit late, but they're on the way. Still a lot of posturing. We got a second army on the right hand side. Now from this movement, the creep is lacking here for GG Machine, so Shameless can have an easier time rotating through the bases. As here we go for the dive. Yeah, Corruptors, he dives in. He should take down every single Tempest, but it's not about the Tempest, not anymore. Oh, as again, the army does take a lot of storms to the face. It does get very battered, very bruised. But we can still totally dive in. Another recall. Ooh, nice recall. Yeah, recalls over to the right hand side. Does find the main army. Catching on more Corruptors. Now Shameless, he just bullies back to GG Machine. Now this should not be happening. This is where I mean, for the most part, Shameless has been ahead throughout the past 15 minutes. But this should not be happening. I'm referring to the goal base. The goal base should be in favor of the Zerg. For the Protoss to take it, that is brutal. Aye, aye, aye. Listen to the main, there's the recall. Oh, Corruptors, they think about it. They think about the dive. Hatchery goes down. Slow and steady here for Shameless. Catching out the Changelings. Does catch him out. From GG Machine, it's up to him to try to take a better engagement or to force back his opponent, right? To force him back home to buy more time. But so far, there's no counter-attack. There's nothing keeping away Shameless's attention. Zooms in, takes down the base. And GG Machine, again, he just cannot really engage with the main army. It's just not quite possible. What does he have to work with? How many lurkers? 15. Okay, the lurker count is solid. He's got a lot of lurkers. If he brings everything together, I do think he can take a fight. The lurkers in the Nidus? There we go. A little bit confused. There's nothing in the Nidus quite yet. Shameless getting caught out. Oh, God, two cats. Jesus. The storms are brutal. Yeah, he didn't get caught out. He perfectly fine. Now, if Shameless can, if GG Machine, if he can surround the army, then I can see this working. They get Vipers, they get feedbacked. Corruptors, they go for the dive, they get one, they get two. They get every single Tempest. They should all go down. Remember, it's not about that. It's going to be about the ground army instead. Oh, God. Yeah, as the Archons, they punish this. They've got so many Corruptors. Oh, Corruptors do go down. And behind this, we're just building up more Tempest again. Okay, I thought we would take a break. I thought we would just calm down and go for like a blink transition or blink everything more than anything. But nope. Just double down. Just keep going, guys. Keep going. Now we have 8 Corrupt. Yes, it's only 8 Corruptors. Shameless, he will not be stopped. He'll take down the expansion. And honestly, you just keep going. Oh god, Jesus. Brutal Storms on the links, Brutal Storm with the lurkers as well. The Storms, they don't end. Storms everything. And with that, GG gets called. GG Machine, his army crumbles. And Shameless will take a 1-0 lead. GG. Again, very impressive play there by Shameless. Shameless just playing it safe after gaining a lead early on. He was able to cripple his opponents. Didn't quite kill his opponent here. Didn't quite kill GG Machine, but he had the option to. Just take it slow, take it safe. With that, he will take a lead in the series, and now we're getting ready for our next matchup. Up next is going to be Game 2. Between both Shameless and GG Machine. That was only Game 1. Only Game 1. We're jumping into Game 2. Here we go. This Game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Oh boy. And again, Persephone, just because of the base layouts, we do often see that kind of split map scenario, cut the map horizontally in half. But that is less so the case on other maps. So we'll see how our players will approach ley lines. See how they'll approach it. Bearing in mind, we still have Wayne waiting for the winner of the series. So Wayne, and we also still have, of course, Strange waiting for the winner of that series as well. Oh boy. I have been sipping on some coffee, but it's not helping with the fatigue, I'll be honest. It's not helping too much, fam. It's not helping. So I'm like that's why I don't know if you noticed, but I'm pausing quite a lot during the cast. So pausing, I'm muting quite a lot during the cast, and that's usually me like getting up and like doing some squats. I'm trying to keep myself active. But here we go. We're jumping in the game número 2. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of Leylands, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself. We have the red Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing the little fairy down in the series. Sorry, leading the series 1-0 and 1 game away from advancing on to face up against Wayne in the next round. It is a Shameless. Let's go. The Pro Birth. Oh, hello. Bienvenidos. As we do open up with a hatch block. Okay. So hatch block here out of GG Machine. Again, this is not to go all in. This is not a cheese. This is designed to force a delayed economy. This will be delaying the Nexus. You can see here 4 pros being pulled off the mineral line, and most likely will chrono out a Zealot as well. A Zealot to deal with this. Then into, of course, the eventual expansion. You can see here, no gases. We do have another hatchery. So this is a hatch opener into spawning pool, most likely into delayed gases from GG Machine. Most likely. As Zelda's being chronoed. Cybercore is on the way. And this should be cancelled. Like, this should not be killed, should be cancelled here before it does complete. I would hope, there we go. I would hope to be the case. There's a cancellation. Tip raises while sleep did good. Light skipping on sleep to flex on upper squats. Ah. The flex is real. Hold on, I'm looking up tip raises. Oh, I'm not familiar with this. Exercise involves lifting your toes upwards while keeping your heels grounded. Okay, interesting. Okay, I'm learning something. Let's go. But outside of that standard opener, of course, it was a delayed expansion, kind of delayed setup here. So early on, it's going to be a bit of a more uncomfortable start for Shameless, but overall, should be able to settle into his own setup, into his Stargate, of course, into an Oracle-based opener. Adepts, they do shade across the map. And they shade into the main. They can one-shot drones. They get one. They get one drone so far. And they shouldn't get another. They will. Yeah, they get 2 drone kills. Do we get 3? Not quite. So 2 drones for 2 adepts. I would say that is a better trade for GG Machine. He does defend well. Ideally, Shameless did want some more for his adepts. So GG Machine, he does defend. Third base is now being taken. Link speed kicks in, and he has gained map control. From here, ooh, the third base is going to be under fire, but the Oracle should come out in time to defend. It's going to be close, though. Link's epic in. And Shameless holds. Shameless does hold on. Now we can settle into our game. It's 4 AM here in Australia. How are you awake? It's 4 AM here in Australia, and this is our second cast of the day. We were casting, just before this, we were casting Sparkling Tunic Cup. Sparkling Tunic Cup. Fun fact, Sparkling Tunic Cup, I think, ended at around 11:40-ish, like just before midnight. And then we started casting this at 1 AM. 1 AM. So, bam, back to back. Sparkling Tunic Cup, we took an hour break, and then bam, we're here with Firegrid Cup. And what we were going to do is we were going to finish wrapping this up, and then 6 hours from this message, we were going to have another cast. but I decided to reschedule for the other cast, because I think sleep would be nice. Sleep would be nice at some point. It would be nice. A little bit. Shameless does maintain his third. Yes, fueled by passion. And today, a little bit of caffeine. A little bit of caffeine. Again, just the lack of sleep over the past week is slowly adding up on me. Ah. We'll make it. We'll make it. Looking forward to getting some proper sleep today, though. I would hope. Fingers crossed. We do have a Blink follow-up here. Standard follow-up going into Blink and +1. And juice that I see. Ooh, I see Overlord Speed on the way. Now, coming into this series, if you recall at the start of the series in Game 1, I spoke about how GG Machine, he's usually a much more standard player. He goes into a longer game state. I feel like, you know, we were validated in Game 1 for that. But here, that is a German taxi. We're loading up. We're calling up the taxi. We're calling up the Uber. And we are going to be pushing across the map with Queens, with Things, with Roaches. This is an all-in. So GG Machine cutting workers at 62, 63 even. That is under 3-way saturation. And it's all or nothing for GG Machine. Back at home, what does Shameless have to defend? 1 shield battery. 1 shield battery. That's a lot of stalkers. There we go. Cannons on the way. No 4th expansion. And here comes the all-in. It's all or nothing for GG Machine. Massing up Lings, massing up Roaches. Stalkers, oh, they do run into the army. They get caught out. No blink. Oh my god, brutal pick off. Yeah, Shameless, he should not have been here. He did not know there was an all-in coming. Misread out of Shameless. It does misread. Did not realize what was happening. Bleeds out how many? Bleeds out 2 Stalkers. The all-in is here, and Shameless, he needs more time. He wasn't ready for this. Now trading with the Lings. Oh! Takes down one Overlord. Takes down Overlord. Stasis goes off. Hero pulls away. Is dealing with the Lings quite well, but there's still just so much recharger behind this. Shameless, can he hold on? So far, trading against the Lings well. He needs those roaches. Oh. So it's away the Dropper Lord. Oracles, they do get a revelation. Stasis right behind this. GG Machine, he backs off, he retreats, he backs off from the all-in. Ooh. And he's expanding, getting an Evo chamber. He is somewhat droning up as well. I haven't seen too much success when it comes to trying to transition out of the all-in, but let's go. He's going for it. Now, what is scary is that Shameless, again, it was a late reaction to the all-in. He got away with it, and now he's taking, right? He's taking up. We have +2 on the way. We have Storm on the way. Charge on the way as well. Robo alongside all of that. Shameless in a pretty good position here. Currently, GG Machine does have the supply lead, but the soup does lie. The supply does lie. That supply is mainly the Roach Ravager. Doesn't scale too well into a longer game. You have the Hive on the way, and GG Machine is working towards Hive Tech, towards Hydra Lurker Viper. Or I should say just Hydra Lurker. Like, we didn't get to see any Vipers last game. As GG Machine is shocking around, you have the Sinitis, the Lurker down on the way. Again, he's just slowing down, he's teching up. This is allowing Shameless to likewise also recover. Claim his own 4th. Oh. Oh, my full droplet goes down. Ay, ay, ay. And here come the storms to punish it. A little bit premature. But the storms are ready. Now there's only 2 storms left. And he cannot waste them. We're bringing extra High Templar, extra Zealots. Wes does move in. Again, he doesn't want to waste those storms. Doesn't want to waste them. Speaking of, there's a storm, a decent storm on the Hydras. It is sending them. Another storm as well. And Shameless, he is doing it. Ooh, brutal storms. And does he have one more left? Not quite. Morphing in the Archon. He's out of storms. Stalkers are going down. Yeah, not the best trade here from Shameless, but he has reinforcements coming in. The Archons are busy in the middle line. We need them here on the front lines. Yeah, the army's just a little bit chaotic. The Archons now moving in. And now Stalkers, they can break through. Yeah, we go. There comes the blink. Shameless, he will overwhelm the army. He shuts down the Ravagers, the Hydras as well. Again, Shameless, he had a more awkward start. He was caught off guard by the all-in, by the German taxi, but we survived it. We saw the GG Machine. He attempted to transition, attempted to get into a longer game state. He couldn't quite get there. 0 lurkers. Shameless will punish. And with that, GG gets called. Shameless, he will overwhelm. He will snowball out of control. He survives the attempted German taxi. And with that, he snowballs into a win. GG. GG, well played. Again, an impressive defense there by Shameless, considering the fact that he had no idea what was going on, considering the fact that he was caught out on the map as well. He was able to recall back, he was able to blink, have really solid blink control to preserve himself, to trade against the Lings, to trade against the rest of the army, of course. We saw that GG Machine tried to transition out of it by expanding and teching, but again, I would say a little bit too greedy. He was taking him into Hive and getting ready for Hive Tech when he wasn't quite there yet with everything else. GG. GG will play it as, again, he just didn't quite have an economy to get into that kind of game state. And with that, Shameless, he will take the win, he will take the series, and that means we have our next matchup ready for us. It's going to be a best of 5. Oh boy, best of 5, not a best of 3, but a best of 5 lower bracket finals between Shameless and Wayne. This is going to be a rematch. Now, Wayne and Sheamus, they faced off earlier in the upper brackets. Let me just catch up. There we go. There we go. As you can see up here, we saw Wayne and Sheamus. Wayne did take down Sheamus to 0, and if you remember, that was a fast series. Basically, Wayne, he was hyper aggressive. If you remember, it ended on torches with Wayne going for the 12 pull, proxy hatch across the map to hatch block, and then just committed into an all-in. Again, Wayne is very aggressive in this matchup, and he often does not let the Protoss get into a comfortable game state. It's often what happens, but we'll see. See if he does adjust. We'll see if Wayne takes a different approach. Likewise, we'll see if Sheamus is able to play a little bit safer, because he was caught off guard quite a bit against Wayne earlier in the broadcast, so we're hoping that he can like tighten things up, make a series out of this, potentially even take the series. Potentially. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. We have 2 series left. You can see here, we have the lower bracket finals, which is the best of 5 between Wayne and Sheamus, and then we have the grand finals, which will be a best of 7 between the winner of that series against Strange. For now, short break. We'll be back soon. Be back in a couple of minutes here with our second last series of the broadcast. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I apologize for the extended break, but I hope you all enjoyed the brutal OC nonetheless. And we are back. We are here. We have returned with the lower bracket finals. 2 series left. We have low bracket finals, and of course we have the grand finals thereafter. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our yellow Zerga player. He's been waiting patiently for his next opponent. He's here, he's ready. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself representing a Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Let's go. Let us go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. It is time to predict on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of Wayne? Will it go the way of Shameless? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as you get your Gamba going. Now, this is a rematch. If you recall, we did have our players face off earlier in the upper brackets. Now they're facing off again in the lower bracket instead. And in that previous series, Wayne was hyper aggressive. We saw Wayne go for a 3-base all-in game 1, going for a Ling Hydra, and in game 2, he went for a 12 pull. He went for a 12 pull on torches with a proxy, with a hatch block across the map, and he was able to overwhelm Shameless. So again, did rush the hell out of him. That's what we expect to see here as well. We saw that GG Machine was taking a bit of a more safer and slower approach. I mean, game 2 did all in, going for a German taxi. But game 1 did play straight up, did play macro. I do expect to see more aggression out of Wayne. That is where Wayne thrives, is with more aggressive builds. We'll see if Shameless can survive said aggression, can weather the storm, and get into the mid game, get into Sky Tossy towards the end. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. So far, standard openers. So far, this time there's no crazy hatch block. I mean, there is a pylon block here, forcing the unnatural natural. So a bit of a more uncomfortable start here out of Wayne, but outside of that, we are going to be settling in. Yes, I saw in the YouTube chat as well, someone asking, yo, it's 4 AM in Australia. You're crazy, baby. Yeah, that's how we do it. I mean, hey, we were casting at this hour for EWC as well, right? For the Esports World Cup. We can handle ourselves. It's all good. It's all good. All for StarCraft. Who needs sleep? Who needs it? Oh. I would like some later, I'll be honest. Yo. After the cast, I'm going pass the hell out, straight to bed. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful. Until then, though, hatch gas pull, third base being taken. We do pull out of gas, so we're not rushing into a fast lair or anything crazy like that. Looks like a standard setup here out of Wayne. Meanwhile, from the side of Shameless, Stargate opener out of our Protoss. It's quite rare to see Shameless go for a Twilight Council into Glaive, so we do expect to see standard openers out of our Protoss player. Again, we're mainly looking at Wayne. Now, welcome to Ultra Love. For the first time, actually. For the first time tonight in this broadcast, welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Ultra Love is known for all-ins, actually. We see a lot of German taxis. We see a lot of just queen walks across the map. The rush distance by ground from third base to third base is very short, so you can just walk the queens across instead. So we do see often some shorter games on Ultra Love. Not saying that's what will happen, but it's happened before. It could happen again. It's a high chance, high probability here of an all-in instead. Lings are in position to delay the third. So far, Shameless, he does hold his own. So there we go. There's the expansion. Wayne is here to try to delay. Gets a little damage. Can he force the cancel? Oh, nice auto stepping, but alas, will not get the cancellation. Or who gets across the map? Gets one drone so far. Gets a drone, gets some lava as well. Does cancel another worker. Not bad. Oh, right. Before I get ahead of myself, as we get into the game itself, a big shout out in the chat. Thank you so much to Acer313 for the 300 bits in the chat. God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the bits. We do appreciate the support. Always, Pappy, always. Thank you so much. As we have a Twilight Council follow-up. Hold up. Do we go for a Forge? Do we not? Do we go into Glaives? I didn't see a Forge yet, so this could be early Glaives. This could be early Blink. Our eyes are going to be on Shameless. For now, Wayne has just been droning at F-Stage 2, threat in the shade. They're in the shade, babe. They're in the shade. Oh. So far, though, Wayne is keeping up. We have +1 melee on the way from Wayne, so Wayne, he is going to be skipping his Roach Warren. Meanwhile, okay, Blink. Blink is on the way. Late forge out of Shameless, I will say that. So late upgrades from our Protoss player. This tells me that Blink is going to be done sooner, which means Blink will be done in time to defend against an all-in, but the upgrades are going to be delayed, so it means that if we get into a longer game, into the mid-game, then that is where Shameless will fall behind. So late upgrades for Shameless, but early Blink just to be safe. And to be a bit more assertive, I would imagine. As links poke in, a big shout out to the chat. Thank you so much to an anonymous donation, actually. $15. God, that'd be $3 USD for every hour of sleep you manage, Bobby. Oh, thank you. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Gracias, Bobby. Gracias. As Shameless, he does move out. There's a good revelation here on the creep. Remember, Shameless, he will have early Blink. Blink is almost done. +1 just now beginning. You know, Wayne comes in from behind. Blink is not yet done, which means he can surround some of these adepts. Sorry, some of these stalkers even. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off. Brutal connection. One stalker goes down, but Shameless, he's holding. He's holding on. He's holding his own, throwing down more stasis traps. We still have Massling on the way for Wayne. Wayne, he does finish up, I believe, a Roach Warren. Yep, Roach Warren in the main. Roach Warren is complete. Things they pull away. Once again, we do see a Wayne sneaking on past the army. Does go for the shield batteries. Likewise, oh, trying to bait out the stasis. Unable to. Does even force the recall. Okay. Does force the recall. 2 probes going to be going down. The shield battery did fall. Now the stasis goes off. But Wayne, he forces Shameless back. And Wayne, he has been droning. Catching out more probes. Does pull away. And I'm surprised, but he is saturating. Like, he's saturating his base, he's getting up to 69, getting up to 74 probes. He is not going into Ling Hydra, he's going into Ling Roach. +2 melees on the way. Roaches and soon-to-be Ravagers are going to be massing as well. And this is where Shameless is in a little bit more trouble here. As I mentioned before, like, his upgrades are later than they should be, so not going to be in the most ideal position coming into a longer game. Now taking him into Storm and Charge. Has now begun. With the Oracles, they do take down a Mineral Line. 4 drones going down. Deny mining time as well. Nice damage from Shameless. Stasis trap going up. But Wayne is committing in. And he wants that probe damage, but he will not get it. And Wayne overextends. Shameless so far is holding. He is holding on. He's defending well. Wayne, he's not stopping with Ling and Roach production. And he will break down that front door. Yeah, there we go. He does bust through. He busts through Lings and Roaches into the main. At the same time, Roaches running into the Stalkers. Not the best trades here from Wayne, but trading nonetheless. Does get into the main. Now into the natural as well. Ooh, it's going to be a one-way trip. It's going to be one way. Does get the cannon. Storm's going up, and Wayne, he will lose everything here. He will lose everything eventually. Is it worth it? So far, 12 probe kills, catching out some of the Stalkers. And going for that Templar as well. He wants it. Oh my god, barely not. High Templar barely survive. Did I speak too soon? Gets one. Gets both. Gets both High Templar towards the end. Brutal losses there for Shameless. Losing 17 workers, losing both High Templar. Behind this Wayne, he's not stopping. Let's hit the 4th. Still flooding across the map. The wall is open. Oh my god. It's close. Wall does close up in time. I think they head towards the 3rd. Going for the cannon, going for the shield battery. Catching out the Immortal. Very nice catch. Immortal goes down. Wayne, throughout all this, he has somewhat been taking up. I say somewhat, he does have the Hive on the way, I believe there's no Hydrogen. He does have some melee upgrades. Are we going into Ultra Tech? Yeah, there it is. Into Ultras. So Ling Roche into Ultra, it is viable, but it is quite expensive. It's not the most common transition, but it is seen. Now, I will say that it should be fine here. It should be fine, Ling into Ultra. The reason for this, do you see any Immortals? Do you see any Immortals here? There are 0 Immortals. We have attempted Sky Toss, but the reality is Ultras will hit first. Ultras, they will hit before Sky Toss. And without Immortals or Archons to defend, Ultras will have their way with this army. So currently, Shameless is not quite ready. He's not expecting Ultras. She hasn't scattered either. So Shameless playing blind. Play blind. There we go. Now he's refining his army. Now we have 1 Archon on the way. We have 1 Immortal on the way as well. Prism headed towards the main. And this Scorpion will see out what's happening for the first time. As I'll say, do scout at the hive. They also scout the Ultra Cavern as well. So we need a second Robo. We need more Immortals. We need that Sky Toss. Nice Storm. Nice Storm with the Zerglings. Okay. Wayne is still trying to be more active, working towards Infestors. Neural's on the way. Prism gets turned back. Send away. Oh. Prism will be able to warp in. Yeah, it does orbit across the map. Not bad. At the same time, Ultras have arrived, but this is pre-Kindness. The Kindness fighting is done. 1 Ultra goes down. And Wayne, I don't think he can quite break through. Like, this is taking too long. It's taking too long to really get into this. Roaches are cleaned up. Tempest have arrived. Wayne, can he get the expansion? It's going to be close, but I don't think, yeah, he cannot. He cannot. No shots. And Wayne, he will lose everything. He will lose all of his Roaches on the left-hand side. Leading out Ultras as well. Would you see Ling Ultra to rebuild and to remax? But pure Ling Ultra Infestor, we'll see. The Neural's going to be the best answer here to the Sky Toss. To Neural the Tempest and Neural the Mothership. Jesus, oh my god, the storms are popping up. Wayne trying to push into the mineral line. This time looks like he will not get the expansion. Cloak gets activated. Oof. Ultras, they get targeted down. Decent fungal. Neural as well. Okay. Neural and the Immortal. But, oh my god. The Ultras are holding their own. Having forced back. Again, still quite close. Shameless, the supply isn't quite there, but he does have the quality when it comes to the army. He's got a handful of Immortals, he has Storm, he has some Sky Toss. Wayne hasn't been able to deal critical damage yet. Almost though. Yeah, he just cannot find a way in. Just keeps trying to go for these run-bys. Right now, more cannons, more shield batteries. He's been stuck at him defending this entire time, Shameless, I mean, and so far he has weathered the storm. The other scary thing that's been happening, look at the Tempest count. Over to, oh my god, the storms, Jesus. The storms are crazy. And Wayne is throwing everything away. He's throwing everything away here. He took some massive storms to the face. The Ultras went down as well. I was about to say that was the answer to the Sky Toss. Now we finally get the Spire, but this is such a late Spire here for Wayne. How many Tempests? 7. 7 Tempests here for Shameless. There's no answer to this army from Wayne. He was meant to have killed Shameless by now with those ultra run bys, but he's barely done any damage. The ultras have not been worth it. They've been expensive. They've been a massive resource sink. Not worth it. Wow. And Wayne, I mean, he is in a way. Jesus, that's a lot of ultras. Okay, look, first you don't succeed, just make more ultras. Oh god, the ultras, they just melt. Jesus. Feedbacks on the infestors. Neural's running out. The army kites back well. And we're down to what, 4 ultras. Down to 2. And soon to be down to 0. Same time though. Lings, they did get into the mineral lines. 24 pros went down. There was some economic damage there. And Wayne, he does have the better bank, right? He does have better saturation. He has 81 drones. He has resources to work with. So he can remax. He's remaxing on Corruptor. He's going to be 0-0 Corruptors. 0 upgrades for them. Oh boy. Ah. Wayne Lake, I mean, kind of. Like, the game is getting late. But are we in the late game? We're getting there. Like, the army is still lacking is the problem. Like, the ultras are well upgraded, right? They're right at 3-3, but these are 0-1 Corruptors. Against the 3-0, the 2-0 Scatchers army. Airwaves level 2 is just completed. Shout out to Acer313 once again. God, thank you so much for the bits. No rest for the casters. We keep donating their nights for the stream. So the stream doesn't finish. Never, never. Oh, but Seamus is moving out. He's maxed. Seamus is maxed. Here come the Neurals. Oh, not quite. There we go. Neural on the Archon. That one Archon doing what it can. But the Neural runs out. And Seamus is snowballing out of control. He's snowballing out of control. The Death Bull has arrived. And again, like Wayne, he never quite got into the late game, or he never quite got into an effective army against this. Wayne, he was so had a big set of just going for non-stop run-bys and counterattacks, but it was just not worth it. It was never worth it. The Ultras, they never paid for themselves. Oh god. And Wayne just getting bullied back. Shameless, he's here to take a lead. He's here to make it to the finals. Let's go. Takes down the Ultra. Do we get to we get some assimilations? We get some neurals? It doesn't matter. It does not matter. We just leave the Archon alone. Let him do its thing. It's fine. And with that, Wayne, he's going for the base trade, but this is a late decision out of Wayne. He's just now going for the base trade. Army recalls back home. He's content to defend. Now, Vegeta does have a high base count, true. But yeah, glad we didn't have to cope too much after that. But GG gets called. He's got some bases. He can maybe, you know, spend some money. But GG gets called. And with that, Shameless takes game number 1. Again, Wayne, he was very aggressive with his army, with his initial Ling Roach and then Ling Roach Ultra. The goal there was to try to pull apart his opponent, to overwhelm the bases, and to just tear apart the defending player. But Shameless, he did a great job keeping up. Did a great job keeping up with the rotations, with the army, with the composition, and just completely shut it down. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless, who will take a lead in the series. Now we're getting into game number 2. Wayne's late game starts after 4 bases. Let's go. I mean, he had a solid drone count. Like, he had 81 drones. Like, he had a solid economy. It's unfortunately just he was, again, very much so fixated on killing his opponent, on breaking those bases. And with that, GG, Shameless showcasing his prowess at defense. And now we're getting into game 2. Shameless takes a lead, and we'll see if he can extend that lead. Let's go. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of Tokamak, we have the yellow Zerg player. We have the Zerg coming from the upper brackets down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have Zabana. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy, leading the series 1-0. It is Shameless. Now again, that was merely only game 1, but hello, Monsieur Drone. As Wayne moves out with his initial worker, looking to go for another hatch block. But as a reminder, this is a best of 5s. This is a best of 5, not a best of 3, so we still have plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. As Wayne should be opening up with that hatchery block. Likewise, Izor of the pylon location, of course. Boys are being pulled. This phase should not finish. Just as a reminder, this is designed to delay the economy. Shameless should be making a Zealot, does pull a couple of boys that focuses down, will eventually force a cancel, and then he can expand. You know, Wayne going for a faster gas. So gas pull into a delayed expansion. Because of the probe. Yeah, the probe is in position. This will be delayed. So just stretching. Just stretching. From here, again, the hatchery is being focused down and should be cancelled. We do see Wayne force-stick the unnatural natural. Ooh, so rough positioning for Wayne. But remember, he went for the earlier gas, and he's staying in gas? Okay, he's staying in. That is not normal. Normally, you just get into link speed, then you pull out. Now, with extra gases, we could go for a Baneley Nest, and we could try to go for a Bane Bust, or we could go for a fast lair. Could go for a fast lair into a Nidus-based all-in. We can go fast lair into potentially Mutaplay, but that'd be crazy. Or we can go for a fast Roach Warren. Fast Roach Warren instead. We'll keep an eye on Wayne as he has the gas. Oh, there it is, Bane Bust. Let's go. I was curious. I was waiting for the lair, but no, it's going to be a Bane Bust instead. And again, he stays in gas. The Probe Scout was denied. And it's all or nothing. Again, these hatcheries are just for larva. They're just for larva. He's sending it back. He's going to send it. Now, what's scary here is that Shameless has no idea. Shameless, he saw the hatcheries, but he did not see the... I don't think he quite saw the gas income. Stargate opener back at home. It's all a part of the wall. Shameless is vulnerable. And he still is unaware. Now, once he sees what's going on, he can fully wall off and ideally chrono out oracles. Oracles, they have a high amount of DPS and they can focus on these the links and the main links so quickly. They'll also have the overcharge available to them, the energy overcharge. For now, here comes the bust. And again, Shameless sees nothing. He sees nothing, you know. Oh! He's still, no, okay, you got a glimpse of that. Now he knows. But it's such a late scout, such a late response. Ooh, does try to fully wall off, but the wall off gets denied. Yeah, that was a kill, and with that, Wayne, he has done it. He busts on in. We have the Oracle doing what he can. Depowers the wall, denies warp gates, Lings they flood in. And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Again, just a late realization, a late scout here from Shameless. Late scout. Meanwhile, Wayne, he's still not joining, by the way. He's still all in. Like, he's still very much so all in. He's just rallying everything across the map. Going for the Cyber Core. Shameless did fully wall off, and Shameless didn't actually lose a lot of probes. Wait, how many probes did he lose? 2? 4. Only 4 probe kills? The Oracle wreaking havoc here on these things, but the Cybercore is still going to go down. Ooh, and that will deny warp gates. Oh no, that's not a full wall. It's not a full wall. Not like this. Oh no, bit of a misclick as well, wasting some precious DPS. There's the NG overcharge. Oracle does get into the main. Meanwhile, we do see an attempted re-wall. Oh, but that Cybercore is vulnerable. Yeah, it's very vulnerable. We're taking out. And Shameless is kind of holding. Wayne, he's droning. The all-in has ended. The all-in has ended. The all-in has failed. Wayne is now droning. We do see more links starting across the map. This will keep Shameless busy back at home. But remember, Shameless is on 36 probes. He barely lost any workers. Like, we needed more economic damage. That was not good enough. Yeah, not good enough for Wayne. Oof. And Shameless, he's holding. He takes a lead, taking gases. Now he can work towards the Twilight Council. He can work towards not a third base yet, but we can work towards at least Warp Gate. Warp Gate was denied. Oracles move out, and Lings are moving back in. We have another Oracle back at home, though, to defend. But there are spores. Spores are in position. I can't say the same here about the third. No! Goes in. Yeah, no spores. Gets one drone, gets two. That goes to the queen. We might get the snipe. Gets three queens. Sorry, three drones. Three drones go down. Oh, and this is a little bit unnecessary. We can just go into a we can just go into a Twilight Council and get into Blink and then take a base and get a third and macro up. But no, we're intentionally staying on two bases. We're staying on a hindered and I guess a secure setup, but a hindered economy, and rushing into Sky Toss. Okay. Este Shameless. He is shameless. He's very shameless. SMH my head. There's no need for this, but okay. I mean, he's safe, and there's nothing that can threaten him. I believe Wayne is on hashtag. Yeah, he's on hashtag, so... And that's going to be the case for a little bit longer as well. There's no rush. No rush for Wayne. Sorry, no rush for Shameless, I meant to say. There is a rush for Wayne. Based off the openers, like, he has to do some critical damage soon. Macroing out of this and macroing against Shameless, who already has a lead, it's not as viable of an option. He's racing back. Oracle does zone. We're going into a third Stargate, by the way. No, is that... Yeah, it's only got two. Getting up to triple Stargate production. We didn't even have Warp Gate, right? He just skipped Warp Gate. I mean, it was denied earlier, but... and here we go. The carriers are moving out. What is the anti-air looking like? What do we have? We have 4 queens. Against 2 carriers, 4 queens. Oh, that's not going to be enough to bring them down. To bring down the carriers, I mean... Should we get up to 5? Yeah, 5 queens. 5 queens. They can hold their own with the spore. They can help. They can defend. They can make a stand. The carriers are revealed. Layer's not even done. GG gets called, and yeah, there's no surviving this. Shameless. He will take the 2-0 lead in style, and now is 1 game away from claiming the series. GG. GG. Well played. One more game is all he needs. Wayne going for the attempted Bane bust. And again, it was unscouted. That's the scary thing about what just happened, is that it was an unscouted Bane bust. Shameless, his wall was brought down. It was open, but he only lost 4 probes. That's what's important. He only lost 4 workers. That was barely any damage. That's why Shameless, from that defense, could do whatever he wanted. Didn't have to be fancy like that and rush into Sky Toss in such a way. But he wanted to go for not just the victory, he wanted to go for the mental victory as well. He wanted to try to break the mental of Wayne, because dying to carriers like that, I mean, it takes its toll, Pappy. It takes its toll. Shameless with the mental attack. And now I worry for Wayne. Now, what do we go for? We've gone for an attempted Bane bust. We went for attempted. I mean, in the previous series, we did see a German taxi. We saw a Ling Ravager or Ling Roach Ravager all in game 1 of this series on Ultra Love. What do we get this time? Here we go. Yes, do we get into the Wayne late game? Maybe. Does he change his approach? I feel like all of this will come down to the map. All this will come down to the map of choice. Do we load into a larger map or a smaller map? Bearing in mind that we just wrapped up with Tokamak. Tokamak was a longer map than the map, larger map, I should say. Longer resistance by ground. Did off the Bane bust there. This didn't quite work out. Oh, we have our lobby. We have our lobby. And we are loading into Maganatha. Ooh, speaking of large maps, the largest map of the map pool. Maganatha. Now, the last time we loaded into this map between these two players was the previous series, and we saw that in the end, Wayne was able to all in. He was able to go for an all in. He was able to break Shameless before he got into his setup, and we'll see if Wayne can be as successful this time. Let's go. Shameless, meanwhile, momentum is on his side. He's already got 2 wins under his belt. Feeling good, feeling powerful. Let's go. Let's jump into our next game. Jump into game number 3. Now, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I mean, I personally am torn, right? Like, my inner fan wants to see more games between Wayne and Shameless. Give me some more all-ins, papi. Give me some more games. But at the same time, you know, the other more sane, less animalistic part of me wants to go to sleep at some point. So, so shorter games and shorter series, they're going to be welcome. So, something for everyone. We'll find a nice middle ground. Game 4. Give us at least a game 4. Let's go. Meanwhile, Wayne is asking for a break. Understandable, right? He's down 2-0. Things are not working well for Wayne at the moment. Needs a moment to take a breath. To take a breather. That's what I meant to say. Breather. Take a breath. But looks like we're good to go. Okay, looks like we're good to go. We are ready. We are jumping back in. Jumping into Maganatha. Fading away. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the blue Protoss player leading the series 2-0, by the way. 1 game away from claiming the series here and advancing on to the grand finals. It is Shameless for Team Little Fairy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Zerg player. The yellow Zerg down in the series, down heavily here. He had already beaten his opponent once in this tournament. Can he do it again? He needs to here and now. He needs to try to fight back to extend the series, make a series out of this, and try to force the ace match to have a chance at the finals. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Wayne. Let's go. Let us go. As so far this time, no hatch block. No hatchery block here. A more straight up hatch gas pool, standard opener. Again, welcome one to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. A lot of bases, a lot of expansions, long rush distance by ground. Likewise, relatively defendable as well on your 4 base setup. Your 5th base is more exposed and more out in the open. But in general, we do see longer games on this map. We have seen some players be successful with all-ins, like Wayne. Wayne, he did all-in the last time they were on this map. It is possible. The map is just working against you. First things first, we'll keep an eye on our initial openers, on our gases. Hatch gas. Sorry. It was gate expanded to Cybercore here out of Shameless. You know, our hatch gas pool out of Wayne. Now, last game, if you remember, the big tell was that Wayne stayed in gas. He got link speed, then he stayed in, which led into the Bane Bust. So once again, we're keeping an eye on these gases to see if he does stay in or if he does pull out. Likewise, we are expecting to see a Stargate opener out of Shameless, and we're expecting just standard play. Probe is zoned away, and he pulls out completely. So link speed, then bam, pulls out of gas. So we are not going for a Bane Bust this time. We're not rushing into an early lair. No early tech out of Wayne. Standard play. Third base as well. Let's go. Going into his third. We have a tech of choice against Stargate open out of Shameless, most likely into Oracle. Now we have seen Shameless mix up the follow-up. He has gone for either Blink or he has mixed in charge timings as well. Has done so. Just some safety links on the way for Wayne. Just safety. Still droning in between. Building up those lings. That upside do threaten the shade. And they will deny mining here at the natural. That's a lost mine time already. He shades in. Does shade in, gets one drone. But just the one. Shouldn't get another. Ooh, he does though. Trades 2 for 2. I'll still say that is a better defense for Wayne. As that could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. Wayne now moving out. Shane's back at home. Claiming his third. Oracle's on the way to defend. Actually, the first Oracle gets across the map, gets 3 drones. 3 workers go down. Pulls back. Lings, they hit the expansion, but I believe the second Oracle comes out just in time to defend. Not the pylon, though. Pylon does fall. Adept's out of position. So Shameless does slip up his defense here, losing a pylon and a probe. Again, these adepts, they should have been here to defend. They were not. And Wayne, double lever chamber? Wait, what? That's not normal. Single lever chamber would make sense to go into plus on melee. I'll be honest, part of me wants to say that this is not intentional. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say that there's no, like, we can't afford double lever chamber. So, looks like it was unintentional, does cancel. It's going to be into roaches instead. Interesting. And now going for the lair. So Wayne is playing safe. Getting around a 5-minute roach warren. Getting into his lair timing. Now just droning, just saturating. I believe the roach warren just might be for safety. Let's see if he commits. That's the FC Drew thread in the shade. Two of us to the natural, the other 3 into the main. At the same time, Oracle towards the third. We have a tri-pronged attack. So far, drones are going down. Ooh, and the Oracles, they pull away. They escape the Queens. Lings, they defend the main, and Wayne holds. Wayne does hold. That was a better defense for Wayne. That was, what, 5 adepts for 5 drones. That was not worth it for Shameless. Lair is done. Once again, Shameless rushing into Sky Toss. Ay, ay, ay. It's just so risky doing this. It's so risky. You could argue that this map is going to be helping him, but after losing all those steps, that means that he has no pressure. He has nothing to keep Wayne contained. This is a rough setup here from Shameless. As Wayne has gained map control. From here, he's getting a 4th base. Question becomes, does he saturate? Does he drone? So far, a couple of safety roaches. Roaches are building up. Mothership's on the way. Ooh, single Stargate. Okay. So Mothership, single Stargate into Blossom Link Stalker. He's not going into Mass Carrier. Oracles, they get a couple drones. They pull away. Nicely done. These oracles have been the saving grace here for Shameless after losing all those adepts. But yeah, Shameless, so my apologies. I assumed it was going to be rushing into Tempest production or into carriers, but no, it's just the one mothership. And the mothership will be there to support, as we are fixated on a ground army. Now going into charge. Oracle pokes in. There's nothing to see. Like right now, there's no Hydroden. Right now, Wayne is droning. He's getting another expansion. For the first time, he's droning up to almost 80 already, and now taking up. This would be great and all, but I believe Shameless plans on attacking soon. I feel like typically when you rush into a mothership like this, you want to be moving out to make use of that, take advantage of that. Shameless is getting a fourth. Same time, Wayne, he's still building up his own forces. Lings a force to cancel, nicely done. Mothership is revealed. Ooh, premature cloak. Wayne, he was already pulling away. Wayne going into Swarm Host, that I was not expecting. Okay, Swarm Host play can do quite well against charge-based openers and more immobile compositions, but against Mass-Wing Stalker, I'm less confident in this. Let's see. Swarm Hosts are building up. Now we get the Hydrogen on the way. And we'll see how much damage the first Locust Wave can achieve. As Lings are moving in for the run by. The wall is open. Yeah, the wall is open. Lings they flood in. This does force a big reaction. They bust into the main. At the same time, Locust Wave does hit the center base. The cloak will not save it. Yeah, it does not save. Was that a kill? Oh, that was a kill, not a cancel. Lings they come in from behind. They don't quite collapse on the army. Meanwhile, Lings in the main base is still just now being cleaned up. Carrier production has begun. Shameless, he needs to be active. Basically, after every Locust Wave, he has to push out, but it's taken too long. Locust Wave is here. Has to respect that, has to pull away. Storms, they pop up. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3 High Templar go down. Nice punish. Very nice. And again, Shameless, he has to punish like this. Just chase the roaches. Doesn't need to chase them down. Likewise, going for the third. Going for the tech. A couple of zealots. We did have a zealot run by. Did distract the reinforcements of Wayne. Locust Wave is coming in. Shameless, he's trapped. Yeah, he's trapped against the Locust Wave. The cloak does not matter. High Templar go down. And Wayne is holding. And he does hold on. Did bleed out a couple of drones. At the same time, Wayne overextends. We saw this before. Leading out a lot of roaches. But still trading well enough. And Shameless, he just cannot build up his army. He just keeps bleeding out High Templar. High Templar, Archons. Keeps bleeding out high-tech units. First mothership has arrived. More Stalkers going down. Oh, God. More Stalker kills. With that, Wayne is trying to break through. Gets another 11 probes, and Wayne is still maxed. Wayne is still maxed out. You just keep going. Right now, the win condition for Shameless is just defend. Like, it's gonna be. It's not ideal. It Doesn't feel good, but he just has to turtle. Just has to turtle up and defend on 4 bases. And eventually catch up in supply. Eventually. It's going to be difficult just because he's going to have to trade against these locusts. Which is less than ideal. Locust, they get spotted. Shameless otherwise distracted. He responds with most of the army. Does have a storm. It's a good connection, but he needs more. Does need more. So far, cleans up the links. Okay. Shameless holding on, building more carriers. At the same time, here comes the spy for the corruptor switch. That's gotta be a lot of corruptors when he has that bank. But we are now getting into late game. Let's go. I would say this is more of a late game than the ultra game, just because again, Wayne Hill's throwing away so many ultras. Likewise, so far Shameless holding on. Deals with the Locust Wave, zones away the Hydras. Do we have a Lurker Den? Ooh, no Lurker Den, suspiciously. Now, of course, the Spire can always turn into a Greater Spire, but without a Lurker Den, this Ground Army is still going to be quite threatening. Here we go. Locust Wave moving in once again. Here come the storms. One Archon goes down. Likewise, collapsing on the Hydras. Nice trade here for Shameless. Very nice trade catching. Oh my god, all the Hydras! And we spoke about this. There's no lurkers. Lurkers, they don't help against Skytools, but they help against everything else. They would delay the High Templar. They zone them back. They make it more difficult to storm. Like lurkers, they have their place here. And it's just pure Hydra. 22 Hydras on the way. Now, to be fair, with enough Hydras, we could still surround this army. I mean, you can still make that work, but it's going to be so difficult. Recalls into the main. Yeah, it does recall over. It does bypass the main army, and he has control of the ramp. Hydras, they cannot push up this ramp. Not like this. Ooh, does snipe one High Templar. And he snipes another. Ooh, 2 High Templar go down. Yeah, Shameless does overextend. A very nice snipes here from Wayne. At the same time, the base falls. Shameless who will lose the expansion. There's Cloak. There's a Cloak. There's a slow zone. 1 carrier goes down. And you can see here, without any storm, I mean, only like 1 storm would have been beautiful here. But there was no storm. Snipes the Spire. Uh-oh. Spire goes down. Carrier still not done. As Locust is going for another expansion. Meanwhile, there's that recall. But he does miss part of his army. Oh, that's dangerous. Yeah, the base still goes down, so the recall was for nothing. And now you can see here that some of the units are trapped. Otherwise, he could have sniped the Hydrogen, to be honest. This Hydrogen could have been sniped. Another carriers! Yeah, miscontrol by Shameless. Throws away 2 carriers. A massive misstep. And back at home, he has nothing. Back at home, he has no economy. And the recall was like almost a panic move. And Wayne has done it. At this point, Wayne, he has done it. Shameless, he achieved a lot with his push, but no, not like this. As another base goes down. And we have a series. We have a series. We soon have a series if there's a dive. Oh god, oh god, he stands in every single storm. Wayne, you're not making it easy on yourself. Not easy. Okay, is there a world? Is there a world where Sheamus can still win this? Technically yes, just because of the poor army composition. So Wayne still has a lead, but it's still pure Hydra, so a handful of storms can go a long way. Can go a long way here. Good does lunge forward. There's the first storm. We have at least one more. Nice storm in the mineral line. That was the final storm. Yeah, that was the final storm. And not enough. Not enough storms. With that, Wayne, he has done it. GG gets called, and Wayne will take the game and put a point on the board, making a series out of this. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Wayne, he will take the game. We saw Sheamus, he had a really hard time defending his bases and he was forced all in. Again, the recall was an odd one. It was no choice. He lost so much because of the recall. He lost carriers. He lost immortals as well. Lost High Templar. So Sheamus looking a little bit rough around the edges there, and in the end, Wayne did punish that. GG. GG, well played. Here we go, as we do have... As we are getting into our next game, our next game is going to be on Torches. Let's go. Torches is going to be one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Smaller map. Shorter rush distance by ground. Hey, this is the map where Wayne 12 pulled. True. So Wayne 12 pulled previously. But a much smaller map, and I do favor aggression on this map. I do favor aggression. I don't want to see Shameless rush into Sky Toss here. Like, I feel like that would be a mistake. But here we go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the yellow Zerg player. We have the yellow Zerg player himself. Does fight back, does put a point on the board. Can he force the ace match? Can he go all the way to game 5? The pressure is on. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player. Their Protoss himself representing Team Little Fairy. Still leading the series 2-1, still one game away from claiming it and advancing on to the grand finals. One more is all he needs. It is Shameless. Here we go. So we are getting into our next game. As we're calming down and getting into Torches here. Again, this time Wayne, he does not go for the hatch block. He does not go for the wall. Oh. So we're calming down. And we'll see what the plan is going to be. So hatch gas pool, standard opener. The crazy 12 pool or 13-12 or anything like that. So we'll keep an eye on the gases. Again, aggression is favored here, so I'm leaning towards an all-in from the side of Wayne. Hoping that Sheamus doesn't attempt to cut corners. Hoping. Set cold. I'm putting my road back on. It's okay. ZVP of the game. The probe is going to be turned away. We pull out, I believe. Yes, we pull out of gas. So link speed, no excess gas. So standard setup here out of Wayne. Likewise, Shameless back at home going for a Stargate opener. Everything looking normal. And also welcome on to Torches. Torches is a very, very small map, and I'm curious to see how our players do expand. There is a very exposed triangular third base here in the center of the map. You can take the linear third, but again, this area between the bases can be abused. Likewise, you can try to open up the minerals and try to expand towards your opponent instead. There are different ways to expand, different ways to approach this, but again, in general, aggression is favored here. Let's see if either one does try to be aggressive. There's also a healing pad on the left-hand side, which is a little bit applicable. It does mean that Oracles can be a little bit more cavalier, and then after they get their damage done, they can just back off and heal up. Oh, hello. That is not a Twilight Council, that is a Robo into a third. Okay, get my attention. Now, with the Robo follow-up here, this could be a couple different things. From the side of Shameless. When I see this, it screams Archon drop. And the reason why is we go Robo into a Warp Prism, into a Twilight Council, into, not upgrades, but into the Temple Archives. Into an Archon drop. This is quite popular amongst the Polish Protoss players, amongst players like Vistianer, Amana, and Geralt. Geralt's a little bit less so, but still does whip it out. Robo is done. Show us the Prism. There's our Twilight Council. Yep, Prism's on the way. Into Temple Archives, into Archon drop. Now, when it comes to this opener here, it does give you a lot of map control. The purpose of the Archon drop is to catch out these overlords, to hunt down overlords, to deny vision, to zone back the queen, to maybe get some drone kills. Like, the Archons are very robust units here, and they can give you quite a bit of map control. The downside is that it does delay your Twilight Council upgrade, so it means that your Gateway army is going to be weaker for longer. And, I mean, that can of course be punished. Likewise, with that early game Blink Stalker, it does mean that some harassment options, like Oracles for example, can be even more difficult to deal with. There we go, Archons are morphing in. Here comes that Archon drop on the right hand side. Blinks their poke in towards the left. They're going to be shut down. Late forge here from Shameless, just because of the commitment to Archons. Jumps into the main. Attempts to get a queen, clutching issues. There we go, does pop off. Takes down 10 lings, takes down 4 drones in total. Doesn't get a queen, not quite. But nice damage nonetheless. As Shameless doesn't lose any units, that's what's important, just all about efficiency. And all about just keeping Wayne busy. Takes out an active tumor. I believe the Observer should be on the way. Not quite. Yeah, so far Shameless, he hasn't lost a single unit. He's been trading well for now. Now, the follow-up, second Robo into double Immortal production, into Storm as well, a very beefy army. 2 Immortals in Storm. Oh, and once again, sorry, I did miss it. Infestation Pit. Once again, Infestation Pit here at Wayne, once again going into Swarm Host. Now, this makes more sense given this kind of game state. Swarm Hosts are very common as a response to Archon drop. The reason for this is because Blink Stalkers are a good way to punish this, but there are no Blink Stalkers from the side of Shameless, and Wayne knows that. Without Blink Stalkers, I mean, he does get a full scout though. Wayne is now aware of the Swarm Host. Quite able to hunt one down. As they are rallied across the map, getting ready for that Locust Wave. I believe 10 soon to be 12. Yeah, 12 Swarm Host. And again, at least Shameless is aware. Typically with a Blink-based opener, you can be active with your Blink Stalkers and you can chase this down, but that is not the case with Charge. Does take a stasis to the face. Does take a stasis. Safe moving in. At least that'll force them to be staggered. Oh. Ooh, does get an Archon. Lay pickup. Oh shit. from Shameless. Oh, was it Shelby? At the same time, Zelda gets 8 drones, not bad. 8 drones do go down. Lucas coming in. Using one High Templar. Storm so far decent. And we actually break through the, oh my god, we break through the Lings. And you can see here how vulnerable the army is when there is no Locust Wave. So Wayne has to be careful. Locust Wave is coming. With that, Wayne pushing through. Shane, he has to back up. We're now reinforcing with Zealots. Does with the army. Biles, oh, they crazy Immortal. Locust Wave is almost ready. Queen's getting caught out. And Wayne just keeping the pressure up, just keeping Shameless contained. And so far it's working. Shameless, he does have a third, but again, just not much saturation. Also, they catch out the Roaches, they catch out the Hydras. Sorry, Ravagers I meant to say. Not bad, all the Ravagers go down to 1. Okay. Force spent storms here on the Locust Wave. Then Red Ravager towards the 3rd. Shameless, he has to respond. At the same time, warps in across the map. Let's go. Does warp in. Drones are going down. There's some production on the way. Yeah, Storm say once again just rain down on the Ravager. Can he break in? Zealous, I mean, they're catching a lot of reinforcements. They're doing well for themselves. Do we go for another warp in? I'm hoping he does. Hoping we see another. We're gonna see if we can sell with. Show us that warp in. Again, the Zealots are still doing well for themselves. 18 drones go down. That is a lot of damage. 18 workers. No warp in though. Yeah, warping back at home. And with that Shameless, he's weathered the storm. He's looking good, looking solid. He survived. I'm impressed. He survived the aggression. He's not out of the woods yet. He has to respect that Locust Wave. He wants that Archon. He wants it. Save the Archon. So he gets him back. Wayne trying to sit by. Does get the run by Elf. As the game goes on, like, this is looking better and better here for Shameless, actually. I'm afraid to look. How many? 10 Immortals! 10 Immortals, 5 Archons. He breaks out, he breaks free. Oh god, that's a lot of Stormers going down. Again, Wayne, he's in trouble. The MVP Zealots from earlier, likewise, the Prism now moving out. Joining the main army, that's all I was waiting for. Prism has arrived. The Prism comes out warping. Just warping more Zealots. There's just no amazing answer against them. Getting to all the Roaches. Again, the Locust Wave, it's barely standing. It's barely there. Oh no, High Templar! Oh my god, catching into our Templar. Shameless does miscontrol. Okay. It's miscontrol piles. They raise the army. Mortal goes down. But the Immortals, they still go hard. Yeah, they still go ham. GG gets called. Still overwhelmed. Still overruns. And Shameless, he will take the series at 3-1, causing an upset, I would say, and advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Shamelessly will claim the series. Again, I was concerned just because of the lack of scouting of the Swarm host and the first local save popping off, but he was able to hold on, able to hold his own, able to counterattack as well. The Ling run-bys were, the Zealot warping into the main base was brutal, as he was really panicking to deal with those Zealots. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, Shameless will claim it. Which means we are down to one series. One series left. Let's go. I do apologize for zoning out a little bit. I'll be honest, I was doing these ones. I was like... oh, God. I was struggling a little bit towards the end of that game. We made it. We made it. Let's go. Best of 7. Best of 7 grand finals. The final series of the broadcast. Whew. But GG will play it. Shout out to Wayne. Shout out to Wayne. He was able to hold his own. Sorry, I didn't even get to talk about it at the time, but it's a common response. I mean, we kind of touched on it, to go for Swarm host as a response to Archon drops, just because your mobility is limited. If you have Blink Stalkers, you can just like blink over it. You can keep up with the local waves. You can punish. You can dive on the ideally Nidus play that's also taking part at the same time. So I was a little bit concerned there for Shameless, but in the end, Shameless was able to keep up. He was able to, for the most part, shut down the attempted value out of that. GG. And with that, Vita's on the way. Vita's on the way. We are getting ready here for the final series of the broadcast, getting ready for getting ready for Shameless versus Strange in a PvP best of 7. Now, what I will say is that Strange is very aggressive and very in your face in other matchups like PvZ, but in a mirror matchup, I do think that he's a little bit more normal, a little bit more standard. We'll get to experience that together. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, let's shout out to Acer. Oh my God, for the gifted subs. That's a lot of gifted subs. Crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs to the community, to Dino Mentor, sorry, the Dino Minotaur, to SC2, to Giant Orange, Payback, Enwaj, Cinder Chile, Cinder, Forgots, Piras, Rudy, and to Zendorham. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Do appreciate it. Let's go. A kingdom for a fungal or two. Oh no. Fairly. But GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here, and we have one series remaining. Again, that best of 7. We'll see you soon after the break. We'll see you momentarily. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, those grand finales here of the Fire Cup number 10 playoffs. It has been an intense tournament, a long 2 days of StarCraft. What time is it? It's almost 6 a.m. It's almost 6 a.m. in the morning, papi. I see for checking the chat. Hola, papi, así, son las 6 de la mañana. Ay. Ya casi soy muerto, papi. Casito. We will power through. we'll make it through. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself, bringing himself back from the brink through the lower bracket. He has returned, and we'll see if he can pull off, I would say, an upset. We'll see if he can pull it off. Again, it is for Team Little Fairy, Shameless. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the upper brackets, leading the series 1-0 as he does start with a 1-0 advantage. It is Strange. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 7. Again, the grand finals. This is where we crown our champion here. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, this is a monthly tournament. This is a monthly tournament here every single month. MilkiCow does host a Fire Cup, and we are here to bring it to you live. We're here to cover it on that monthly basis. Again, 2-day event. Yesterday was the group stage. Today is the playoffs. And oh boy, we're here. We're here to go the distance, papi. We're here to send it. We're awake. We're good to go. For now, we do have our 2-gate opener out of Strange. Likewise, we do have a 2-gate opener out of Shameless as well. We have mirrored builds, but Strange, he does go for the fake proxy pylon. And Shameless is aware. Shameless, he is aware. He knows that, alas, there is nothing here when it comes to that second pylon, but it is a fake out. We know it's fake, but Shameless, is up to him to determine. As I said, this is a big shout out to Turbo Quacker in the chat. I'm running out of energy. No, we're good. Thank you so much, God. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much. Gifted subs to Tupor, to Mango Mosh, to They Call Me Tot, to Quinton, and to Doc as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Gracias. As we are settling it. But again, we always appreciate the support, Turbo Quacker, always. Big time supporter of the channel as we are getting into our first game of the series. Again, we do have the initial Stargate, so Stargate opener out of Shameless, staying on one base for the time being. And you can see here he's scouting, checking here for the proxy, trying to make sure that he's safe and sound. We know that he's safe, we know that Strange is expanding, and now Shameless will confirm as well. There we go, he gets eyes on the expansion. Adepse drew threaten the shade. So far, Shameless, he's holding on, he does focus on the Adepse, he gets 1. Takes him 1 to depth, nice pickoff. At the same time, shades into the main base, picks off 2 probes, nice damage, and he also gets a full scout of the main, confirming the Robo. So Robo opener here out of Strange, after the Nexus, of course. Meanwhile, Shameless, still on 1 base, will now go for a delayed expansion. So as we settle into this, basically the pressure is on Shameless to get some economic damage. Strange has the base lead. He has a faster expansion. He's setting up a shield battery. It's going to be on Strange to defend. It's going to be on Shameless to punish. And that's what the Oracle's for. The Oracle going to be zooming across the map, checking the vision here. Strange, he did not scout the Stargate. He doesn't know what's going on. And without that knowledge, he has no shield battery in the mineral line. So far, the hallucinations, they tank. Very nicely done. They tank some shots. Sentry will take some hits, but the shield battery is now done. And with that, Strange, he will hold. He will hold on. Immortal production well underway as well. Now, what I was referring to here is that without a shield battery, these Oracles, they can wreak havoc in the mineral line. Likewise, there's no Stalkers either, only Sentries to defend. There we go, does warp in 1 Stalker in the mineral line. But probes are going to go down. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets up to 3. 3, 4, oh. Also, my apologies, a little bit late for the predictions. A little bit late. I'd have to say bust into the mineral line. More probes going to be going down. Shameless losing 6, Strange losing 4. Oh, sorry, all the way around. Strange losing 6, Shameless losing 4. So we do trade back and forth for a moment. Strange still ahead economically, still has that worker lead. And Shameless, he has gotten some damage, but he needs more. He's still down 2 probes. And And he's going to be zoned away. Oh my god. He's going to be zoned back. Whew. Does escape with the Oracle. Thankfully will escape. Meanwhile, let us say continue to threaten Shades. But Shameless here will shut them down. He will hold. Now, as the dust settles here, Strange, he still maintains a slight economic advantage, so Strange does have that slight edge. On top of that, Strange does have immortal production. He's got 1, soon to be 2 immortals, he's building up his immortal count. The advantage that Shameless has is Blink. Blink is almost complete for Shameless, so Shameless, he has a more mobile composition, a more mobile army. In a head-on fight, I do favor Strange, but Shameless has the option here to try to bypass the army, to maybe even blink into the main, to dip in, pick off a sentry, blink away. Shameless has more micro potential. As he is pushing in. Behind this, because Shameless has map control as well, third base. He's rushing to a faster third. And ideally, he does the best he can to delay the expansion of Strange. Likewise, poking forward. Strange in position. He's ready. He's got his sentry. Shameless, he checks for a third. Checking for the expansion. Rotates over. He wants that stalker. Ooh, does get it. Gets a stalker. Gets a sentry as well. Nicely done. Doesn't lose a single unit. Nice control so far here from Shameless. This is what we spoke about. In a head-on fight, like, he cannot break this position, but he can snipe a sentry, a stalker, a pylon, a probe. Claims a faster third. Ooh, and Strange. Do you see what I see? Extra gateways. 6 gates. He's going up to a 6-gate setup here on 2 bases. Blink is almost done. The Prism is on the way. Strange. This is turning into a 2-base all-in. It's turning into an all-in. Shameless, he only has 3 gates. Just now finishing up 4 more. And again, this army is going to hit like a truck. Eventually, Strange, he will break out. Across the map, he confirms there is a 3rd base saturated, or saturating. And here we go. It's go time. The Prism has arrived. Strange, he does break out. Baits out the stasis. Oh no! I baits out one, not the other. Nice connection. Shameless going for a counterattack at the same time. It does come in from behind. Oh. Strange is keeping up. Strange, he does keep up. Likewise, warping in extra stalkers. Oracle into the main. Setting up for the stasis, I would imagine. There's that recall back home. There's the stasis. Oh, no reaction. Yeah, no reaction. Massive connection. Mineral Line gets called out, and Strange is all in. Strange is all in. No third. There's no expansion, no third base here at either location. It's all or nothing for Strange. And we'll see if Shameless can hold on. More Zealots warping in. Likewise, Shameless trying to keep up. Does push forward. Going for the Immortal. Doesn't quite get it. Force fields are just protecting the army, denying the chargelots. Force fields are running out. And again, Shameless just has to take it slow. Just take it slow. There's no rush. Once again, looking down the Immortals. Very nice force fields. 1, 2 Immortals, they're trapped. Nice save. Ooh, that was a nice save. But the last one Immortal goes down. And he wants the other Immortal as well. He's so close to breaking through. The Prism is too far back. Cannot juggle. But there's too much. Yeah, the second Immortal here in the back line gets too much damage done. Strange, he just barrels on through. And Shameless doesn't have enough. He does not have enough. The 2-base all-in hits too hard. GG gets called, and Strange, he will overwhelm. He will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. With that, Strange, he does take a lead in the series here, or does extend his lead, I should say. Again, Shameless, he was doing a great job when it came to harassing, when it came to picking away at certain key units, certain key structures as well, but we saw that Strange, he just committed to the all-in. He had just too much to handle. Those Immortals did so much damage in the back line. We spoke about the force field, and he was able to lock down the Immortals. He got 1 kill, but only 1. The other Immortal got so much damage, the 3rd Immortal as well. Just so much free damage on those Stalkers. And in the end, GG. GG, well played. Shameless could not stop the all-in. And now we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. Just notice, when did shield battery start spawning with full energy? You may have seen the shield battery spawn in and then the energy overcharge being used. No, actually, I think they do start with more energy now. They start with less energy if they spawn in outside of range of a Nexus, if I recall correctly. Here we go. Yeah. It's only decreased starting energy when built outside of a Nexus field. And spawning in the I think that's always been the case. I think that's always been the case. But spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Magnatha, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can start that comeback again. It was a very intense previous game, and I want to believe he can bring it back here for Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we do have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself. Leading the series 2-0. It is Strange. Here we go. So selling into game number 3. Right, which is your favorite Zerg unit? no. My favorite Zerg units. That's a good question. I mean, I love the Lunker. Always. My Lunkers. I'm also quite fond of the Ultra in its own way. That used to be my go-to, just always rush into Lurkers, but I think my favorite unit is probably the Hydra. I think the Hydra. It does eventually morph into a Lurker, so I'm cheating a little bit. The Hydra. They always get me killed though because they're so squishy. They're so oh no. They're so squishy. Not like this. I think that might be my answer. I don't know. I haven't put too much thought into it. Oh no. Thankfully, we were casting some Zerg earlier. Thankfully. Not here in the finals, but we got to feature them a little bit. So now we do have our pylon block. Behind this, it is going to be a 2-gate setup here. 2-gate open out to Strange, 2-gate open out to Shameless. So far, mirrored builds. Last game, we did hide a pylon. This time, we'll keep an eye on the workers here to see if we do throw anything down. Now, we do have our second pylon in the main bases. Nexus has been thrown down. Both players are expanding. Both players are settling in. And welcome one and all to Magnatha, the largest map of the map pool. Oh. Shameless did activate this probe for a moment. Are we going to be cheeky? What are we hiding? Show us what you got. Yeah, there it is. There is that pylon. Now, we did go for a Twilight Council opener. Both players are opening up Twilight Council. So, what is this for? This should be proxy Dark Shrine. This should be a Dark Shrine here from the side of Shameless. I would imagine. Hallucination comes in. Hallucination does confirm the tech of choice. We have the gateway. Okay, just the gateway. No Dark Shrine. How many gateways do we have? So we have 2 gates back at home. We have 1 across the map. I would imagine we're going to be proxying or throwing down a 4th gateway as well for a 2-base 4-gate blink setup. We'll see. The correct name for the Lurker is the Lunker. It is the Lunker. Yes. Is the correct name. Scientifically correct. So now taking our third base. Again, we're just slowing things down. I was hoping that we would see a bit of a bigger commitment here with the proxy gateway, but we're not. We have a third gateway, true, that we have extra warpins available here from the side of Shameless, but he's not really being overly aggressive. He did not go for a fourth gateway. He can warp in harassing adepts. He can warp in adepts across the map, but outside of that, we're just calming things down. Adepts, they do shade into the main, though. And to adepts, they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. Yeah, 1 or 2 probes going to be going down. Getting up to 3. Getting up to 4. Yeah, 4 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. And with that Strange, he will take a lead. Behind this, both players working towards Blink. We have a faster Forge out of Strange. Getting to faster +1. Getting to faster upgrades. Shameless moving out. Does move out. Going for a bit of a later Forge instead. For now, we are just calming down. We're just building up back at home. No major move outs. Like, sure, we have potential for some run by some counterattacks. I mean, Strange just has to chill. Strange still maintains a worker lead. Up in workers, now going for a massive gateway explosion. Now, what I find most interesting here is that there's no charge. There's no charge alongside this here, despite the fact that we have no gases at the natural and no gases at the third. Did we forget charge? Is what I'm concerned by. Because we have a lot of gateways. We have a lot of minerals. We do not have charge. Are we about to warp in a bunch of slow lots? Are we gonna send it? Like, the prism is on the way. Like, we're going soon. We're about to send it. The slow lots are coming in. No, the slow lots. There's no charge. Again, there's no. This is meant to be a charge all in. This is meant to be a timing attack from Strange. The prism is coming, and we're gonna send it with slow lots. God damn it. Aye. So, I mean, this could still work. This can still pop off. Slow loss are pretty good, but this is not intentional. No shot. Let's go. Now, at a certain point, does he realize that he's missing the upgrade, and does he just commit anyway? Like, do we just never start it? There we go. There it is. Warping in 5 more zealots. The charge just now begins. It's so late. It's so late. The slow lots, they're coming. They're terrifying. Send it, baby, send it. Now, thankfully, the charge thoughts of his opponent will come to him anyway, right? It's like Shameless, who will close the distance. Feels slow a lot, man. It's like they're walking through a slow zone permanently. Jesus. Oh, God. There we go, they do engage. With that, I mean, they do their job. They're able to tank, I suppose. They do tank cells. They do take care of each other. Strange still pushing through. Mate, who needs charge? Who needs it? Would have been easier to reinforce, I will say that at least. Yeah, Solos from back at home. Strange, he pulls away. Prison does threaten his base. And Shameless holds. Shameless, he does hold on. Does defend. Behind this, both players have gone into +1. Shameless ready to expand, so is Strange. Both players, they take their bases. Ooh, we have +2 on the way. +2 has begun. Yo, we got charge. We got Zealot legs. Kinda wish he never got it. I'll be kinda wish that hadn't happened. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. Does catch out the Zealots. At the same time, the main armies, they pass by each other. Strange headed towards the third base of Shameless. Shameless hits the fourth. We're going for the base raid. Now, bearing in mind, both players can recall. Recall is available. Zealots towards the third, Stalkers towards the natural. We split off towards all three expansions. The fourth, the third, and the natural base. Actually going into the main. And we're committing. We're just committing to the base trade at this point. So we're going for +2. +2 is going to be denied. Nice pickup. Probes, can he escape? The force field's very nicely done. He locks down the probes. We'll catch him out. There's still one probe left. One probe did escape. There's one probe out there. Likewise, Strange, he does pull the boys away. No, the probe! No, he gets found. Yeah, it is caught out. And with that, Strange, he can throw down some buildings. He has the money for it. He has the money for a Nexus. The final workers are falling. And soon there's going to be no recall. Yeah, there's no recall. No recall is available. Shameless does have that proxy from the start of the game, though. True. That proxy is actually going to keep him alive. It'll save him. We have a pylon on the right-hand side as well. Main Nexus does fall. Strange, he throws down his own. And Shameless, he has 0 probes. 0 workers. These are the final buildings for Shameless. I'm Shameless. These are his final buildings. He has a gateway, a pylon, and another pylon on the right-hand side as well. That's all he has. Observers looking for bases. In a head-on fight, I still favor Strange as well. He has a massive army. Shameless is being revealed. He does see the pylons. Yeah, Strange, he sees both pylons and the gateway. Zealot heads over to deal with it. Just the one Zealot. Okay, what do we have? We have 37 Zealots from Strange. 37! And again, these are the last 2 buildings. As that pylon is going to fall. From here, Strange, he's free to just saturate. He can just saturate his base. He can just chill. He can mine. Shield batteries on the way. Shameless poking in. But there's just a sea of Zealots waiting for him. Does that forward. Takes on the Prism. And GG gets called. Strange, he will take a 3-0 lead in the finals. GG. Whew. Aye. GG, well played. Again, the base trade was maybe the best chance that Shameless had. Remember, Shameless, he had a really rough start when it came to his economy, when it came to his army as well. Strange was able to just take a lead coming into the mid-game. And from there, he was just able to snowball out of control. The base trade was nice to see, but again, as we saw, Strange was just on top of shutting down every single probe. Alas, Shameless could not escape, could not get away, could not throw down another Nexus. And with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, Strange is now 1 game away from claiming the series. 1 game away from becoming this month's champion. Let's go. Let's go. Catching up with the chat. Brutal Hydras are cooler. In general, like, a lot of the Brutal units are... They're pretty sick. They're all pretty sick. I like the spitting sound from the Brutal Hydras better than the thwip from the Modern Hydras. For sure, for sure. I think I would agree. We're now getting into our next game. Okay. So getting to our next game, we're going to be getting into game number 4. Potentially the final game of the series. Potentially. As we're going to be loading into ley lines. I think the pressure is on. I mean, once again, I'm torn. You know, it's 6 a.m. in the morning. Part of me, you know, would like to get some sleep. But the other part of me would like to, you know, embrace and then get into a back and forth and cheer for Shameless and see if he can pull off a crazy comeback and a crazy reversal. I want to believe. Again, the game on Tokamak was close. It was a close one. Where he forced Strange into the all-in. But here we go. Getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy, down heavily in this series. He has to fight back hero now to have a chance to make a series out of this. He needs your energy, he needs your support. It is a Shameless. It's very Shameless. and spawning in the top right hand corner. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself, leading the series 3-0. Uno más, one more game is all he needs to become our champion. It is Strange. He's very strange. He's true. I mean, when it comes to his PvP, he's pretty standard, to be honest. I mean, sure, we saw some all-ins out of him previously, but compared to his PvZ, like, he is so much more standard here. For those that remember, like, he was an animal against Wayne. He glaive adapted almost every game, and rushed into Sky Toss and just tore Wayne apart. It was heartbreaking, baby, I could feel for Wayne, baby. I could feel for it. But yeah, Strange, he's very fond of his adepts in PvZ. Different variations of adept, of course. Likewise, his PvT can also be very chaotic. But his PvP is more standard. At least compared to the others. Hello, Probe. As we do have our initial 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Strange, a 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Pylon is going to be hidden, but as we can see, it is a fake proxy pylon. Alas, Shameless, he scouts, he confirms the pylon is nowhere to be found, but he doesn't know if it's real or fake. It's up to Shameless to figure that out. To piece it all together. Probe is sent across. He be like, well, now I'm wide awake. I'll be honest, the coffee is now kicked in, and I'm wide awake right now. Which is not good. The caffeine has kicked in. I'm ready for a full Game 7 series. Let's go. Zerglings and Broodlords. Interesting. I mean, everyone loves the Zergling. I mean, Cardboard helped with that, for sure. But who doesn't love a Zergling? Broodlord, that's a little bit more controversial. Oh my god. The Broodlord. I mean, it's also very cute in Cardboard as well. I will say that. 100%. But the Broodlord has definitely wreaked havoc in the meta of StarCraft 2. At least back in the day, many years ago. So I'm sure a lot of people are scarred from Broodlords. They have repressed memories from Broodlord Infestor back in Wings of Liberty. Oh no. Meanwhile, again, it was a fake proxy. We do see Strange expand. Shameless, ooh, still on one base, being a little bit more tentative. Does make his initial 4 Stalkers. Does move out. He will look to try to deny the natural. Yeah, Warp Gate is finishing up. And Strange, he should be able to break out adepts. They get across the map, they get shut down. Nice defense here by Shameless. At the same time, hoping to force a cancel, but the warp gates are now done, and we should be seeing supply block. Ooh, he is supply blocked, and with that, the base, it's getting low. The base is getting low. We need that warp in. And no warp in. More Stalkers are on the way. Shameless, can he force a cancel? That would be huge. Yeah, he's got that proxy pylon. He warps in more Stalkers, and with that, the base is going to be denied. They're the hallucinations. They do tank some shots. It's pure sentry. And they retarded. There we go. The Immortal has arrived. Nice force fields locking down the army. And the Immortal does go to town, does force a recall. And Strange, he will save the Nexus. Whew, just barely. That was a very clutch hold. Again, the supply block was brutal. It meant that Strange could not warp in. And again, the reason why he had nothing at home to defend was because he went for a Adept harass across the map, which meant nothing. Like, the Adepts, they achieved nothing. So not a bad start out of our blue Protoss. The only downside is the base is only just now finishing, and Strange, he's already getting saturated. Ooh, Adepts, they do bust in. They bust into the main. Getting, what, 4 or 5 probe kills. 5 workers go down. Nice damage. Nice damage in the main. Very necessary as well. Despite 5 workers falling, the worker counts are quite close. They're quite neck and neck here. Strange on 32, so is Shameless. But yeah, fun fact, I was struggling to keep my eyes open during the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket finals as well. Like, I was struggling, but now I'm wide awake. It took a while, but the caffeine is kicked in. The coffee. Oh no. It's over. It's over. So give me a game 7. Go all the way, baby, all the way. Carbo definitely helped me love Zerglings, for sure, for sure. Here we go. Double them all into the main. 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills, not bad. Getting it to 5. 5 workers go down. Bearing in mind, Blink is not done. And Blink hasn't started. So nice drop here by Strange. Meanwhile, Strange going for an all-in Glaives. So we're going for an Immortal Glaive Depth all-in here from Strange. I believe you can still take a third with this, but this is going to be very committed. A massive gateway explosion, getting up to how many? 7 gates. 7 gates set up on 2 bases. I believe we can afford an 8th gateway as well. So we're just doubling down. And the way this works here is Adepts, they do a great job at tanking. They're almost like an alternate, like charge load, if you will, where they do a great job tanking against Stalkers, they do a great job tanking against Immortals. They're quite mobile. And they help complement the Immortals here of Strange. Now, Glaive Adepts, they don't really scale too well into a longer game. Not at all. Especially not when, like, Zealot Archon comes into play. Adepts, they fall off. But we're not looking for a longer game. We're here to end it. Now, the hallucination does confirm all the gateways. So he does see the gateway explosion. Shameless is somewhat aware. Shameless going for Blink. Strange have no mercy, baby, no mercy. You got some coffee? Question mark? Yeah, I had coffee like maybe like 2-3 hours ago. But it's like now it's like kicking in. Oh no. I did need it though because I was struggling to keep my eyes open. Like a couple of series ago. Didn't kick in for those matches. Meanwhile, 6 workers going down, and here we go, Strange. He's going for it. Does unload. Where are the Adepts? Where's the warp in? Behind this is getting a third. And Strange, when he gets across the map, he sees no expansion. There's no third. If there was one, then he would just double down and send it. But no, he pulls away. Does pull away. Adepts say shade into the mineral line. Nice force fields locking down the Stalkers. 7 probes going down. Oh my god. Yeah, the Stalkers are just gonna be trapped here. How many? 6 Stalkers is for 7 probes as well, and we're ready for the counterattack, ready for the prism. And Strange just pulls away. He just pulls away and gets a base instead. Gets fully saturated. And now suddenly Shameless is all in. Suddenly he's the one that has to commit. Strange, he pulls away. Getting ready for more Adept harass, warping in more Adepts. Shameless pushing forward. Does move in. Pushing into 5 Immortals. Nice force fields though. Yeah, force fields are solid. All these Immortals, they do nothing. They do no damage here in the back line. They're trapped behind the force fields. First Immortal goes down. Better concave here from Shameless, but the Immortals are breaking out. They're slowly breaking out. Once again, looking at 2 more. Very nice control. Yeah, Shameless controlling well. Takes out another Immortal, down to 2. 2 Immortals left. He dives in. And Shameless, he's doing it. He's doing it across the map. He's losing a lot of probes though. He's losing everything. And we do have another warp in. Oh, going for the Prism. Prism goes down. Can he focus on the Immortals though? There's still 2 Immortals left. Down to 1. 1 Immortal remaining. The slow lots are coming in. Takes down the Immortal. And Strange, can he hold on? Again, still very close, very clutch. Adepts are racing back home to defend. Shameless is down to 14 probes. He barely has an economy. Again, he's all in. Shameless is all in. He has to end the game here and now. He has to keep going. He fought really well. I want to say he out-controlled Strange. Did fight well, but he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. Down to 3. Down to 2. GG gets called. He has nothing left. He was all in, and Strange, he will survive the all in. He will take the series 4-0, becoming this month's Fire Grow Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to Strange, as he does claim the series, does advance on as our champion. Again, Shameless, he definitely had some strong moments in this series, despite the 4-0. Definitely had some strong moments, definitely had some good games as well, some close matches, but alas, still wasn't quite able to take a map. Even here in the final game, we saw him meticulously deal with those immortals to clean up the army as well. It was a solid fight there out of Shameless. Unfortunately, he lost everything at home, right? He had no sustainability, he had no probes, he had no economy, he had nothing. GG. GG will play. Congratulations. Congratulations here. Oh. Congratulations. Oh. And with that, Strange does claim the tournament. Does claim it. I see someone asking in the chat about the Brazilian tournament. I was unaware there was a Brazilian broadcast today. Talking about El Circuito Brasileiro. I was unaware. I was unaware that that was happening. Just as a heads up. Cosmos didn't say anything to me. Aye. Let's have a look here. Translate. But with that, GG. With that, GG well played. Congratulations here to Strange, and a shout out to Shameless for making it this far. And yes, even though Shameless did not take the series, even though he does go down here in the finals, he did very well for himself. Again, winding it back. Looking at the road of Shameless, he actually went down relatively early on here. He took down GG Machine 2-0, then he went down to Wayne. He went down to Wayne 2-0, got knocked down to lower bracket, and Shameless, he went on a tear here, taking down UD Soldier, taking down GG Machine, taking down Wayne, of course, as well in the lower bracket finals, and before having a chance at Strange. And of course, did go the way of Strange in the end. He did claim that series, but still, GG. GG, well played with that, congratulations. And if you enjoyed this event, if you enjoyed the broadcast, this is a monthly tournament. Every single month there is a Fire Grow Cup at around this hour on a monthly basis. And again, MilkiCow does host this event on a regular basis as well. So much love here to MilkiCow. This is a 2-day event, so typically it lasts a weekend. Yesterday was the group stage, and today was the playoffs. Oh boy, and I do apologize for being very low energy for some of these previous matches for Shameless versus GG Machine and for Shameless versus Wayne. There were definitely some moments there where I was struggling a little bit, so I do apologize. I'm satisfied with our cast of the finals, at least. I am satisfied, but I do apologize. I'm dissatisfied with those lower bracket matches, just because I was definitely I was just non-stop doing squats and and trying to wake myself up to keep myself going. For those that are curious, it is 6:17 a.m. here in Australia. Very early, very early. The cast started at 1 a.m. Did begin at 1 a.m. It's usually a little bit difficult for us to, I say difficult, we do it anyway. It's not ideal for us to cover European tournaments, but we still do them every now and then. So I hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. If you enjoyed the broadcast, consider following !socials in the chat. If you guys want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings, we're all over the place. And again, we do host whenever we go live. Likewise, we also stream on YouTube. We also upload on YouTube as well. So if you see something that you like, and if you can't watch it live, then YouTube is the place to be. And what I mean by that, bam, this is our weekly schedule. You can see here Monday morning, we just wrapped up our Monday morning broadcast with the Fire Grow Cup. We have in the Monday evening, WarDTV Monday. WarDTV Monday is going to be in the evening. Tomorrow we have Kung Fu Cup, we have StarCraft Evolution, we have Pegasaur Cup, we have some LATAM League as well. Oh, the LATAM League. I believe, but by the way, shout out to Pacheca. Pacheca has been streaming and casting a lot recently, and I believe Pacheca will also be there for the LATAM League semifinals. That's going to be there on Thursday. You can see there on the schedule. We have the Podcast, we have Uthermal Sutu Circuit, we have KSL, SDO, STC, and Cheesadelphia. So much content throughout the week, and if you see something that you like here, but if you can't watch it live, VODs. Check out the VODs. Check out our YouTube. Check out our YouTube channel. Likewise, you can also support us on Patreon. You can actually see it underneath our schedule here. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments. We actually were live earlier today with Sparkling Tuna Cup, so we did a back-to-back broadcast. That's also why I was fatigued, because I had no sleep or no rest in between, just back-to-back cast after cast. So you can support our tournaments if you wish. 100% of the money from Patreon goes towards the players. It's all for prize money. It's all prize pool. It's all prize money. We don't get any of it. Not yet. I say that because a future stretch goal is to pay casters and to pay admins. But for now, it's all prize pool. It's all to boost the prize pool and to support the players. So if you're out there, if you want to support players, then you can do so via our Patreon. As fun fact, I do recommend the VODs of Sparkling Tuna Cup. We were live earlier today, and the finals was Hero versus Beyond. It was a spicy finals. So it was Hero versus Beyond. It was a lot of fun. They played on Last Fantasy. That's all I need to say. they played on Last Fantasy. It was crazy. It was crazy. So I do recommend the VODs, and also, you know, support the players if you wish. Support them via Patreon. Otherwise, watching and following is the least that we ask of you. And thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. I am wide awake. Do we stream? I'm torn. I am torn, Pappy. I'm torn. We could stream. No mercy, Pappy. No mercy. I think I will, just because I'm probably, when I go to bed, I'm probably just gonna pass out until the World DC Monday. So it is really cold right now. But I could ladder for a little bit until I'm, like, the problem is that now I'm awake because of the coffee. But I'm probably gonna crash out like in an hour. So we can stream for an hour. We can ladder. It'll be okay. It'll be fine, Pappy. It'll be fine. Oh boy, we'll see. Regardless, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for watching. And again, we're gonna be live, of course, at 8 p.m. KST. That's gonna be 9 p.m. AST. That's going to be in around 15 hours. 15 hours time. 15 hours time. We're gonna be live here on the channel with some more StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support, and we'll see you guys next time. Till then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Hasta luego.